despite the clock on the wall saying we're late, we're actually not late because that clock is 5 minutes fast. So, welcome to the meeting of October 13th, 2008 for the City Council and the Redevelopment Agency of San Carlos. Let's rise and have a pledge of allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Mayor Lewis is ill tonight, and he apologizes, but he could not make it. Item number 2, changes to the order of agenda. Gentlemen, any changes? Anyone, staff?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That sounds good. Let's keep that up. I like that. Anyone in the public? Change to the agenda? Okay. Item number 3, council communications and announcements. Mr. Ahmad?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to, first of all, thank everybody for the San Carlos Art and Wine Fair. It was wonderfully attended. This is a pristine glass, which I will take my orange drink in, but we had terrific turnout, great volunteers. It was perfect weather, and wanted to thank the Chamber and all the volunteers for their terrific work on this. The other thing I did want to remind folks was that Monday is the last day to register to vote for this upcoming election. Please go register to vote. If you have vote by mail ballots, you can also go up to the second floor of City Hall and drop them outside the city clerk's office. There's a terrific box. It's locked up, and you know that your vote will absolutely be ready for Election Day.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
We did hold a fire board meeting since our last council meeting, and we accepted the arrival, I guess you'd say, of a new fire engine for, we're actually getting 2 fire engines. One's going to be stationed in Belmont at Station 16, and I believe the other one is going to be stationed out on the Alameda in our firehouse. So the nice thing about those 2 fire engines is that they were predominantly paid for, a good portion of it was paid for by federal grant funds that the fire department applied for and was awarded. So we have those to use and enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, there was a little bit of news here about a week ago that I'd like to report on, and it's one of those items that you realize how lucky we are in San Carlos. But the police arrested 2 youth, 18 and 19 years old, not from San Carlos, but they were graffitiing the bank walls of a creek in San Carlos. A very alert citizen called the police. The 2 suspects were arrested and associated with about $50,000 of graffiti damage up and down the peninsula. They're in jail, and graffiti is taken seriously. So to the citizen, and to keep an eye on our city, to the police, and to the system, we should be really happy to drive home this evening and not see any graffiti in town. But it does take a little work. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, want to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There is nothing for the council to report from the closed session that it did hold.
Okay, thank you. And I have nothing tonight, so we'll move on to item 4, presentations. Tonight we have a presentation by Laura Fanucci, Human Investment Project, HIP Housing. Of course, as it says on the screen there, it's celebrating 36 years of helping thousands of San Mateo County residents find a place to call home. So, Laura, if you could keep it to under 10 minutes, we'd really appreciate it, because I don't want to come down there. So,
okay.
Thanks very much.
Good evening, members of the council and city staff. My name is Laura Fanucci. I'm the director of programs at HIP Housing. The City of San Carlos has been a wonderful supporter of our 4 affordable housing programs, and I'm here tonight to simply do a brief presentation about our programs. These are real tough economic times for our county, and I'm hoping that the information provided tonight will provide some resources to people who are watching at home and here in the community in San Carlos. I'd also like to recognize Louise Della Majora. She's here in the audience tonight, and she is our Board of Directors President. I want to thank her for her terrific support of our organization. HIP Housing has been in the community now for 36 years. We provide affordable housing here in the county, and every year we provide housing to over 1,000 people here in San Mateo County. The largest program that we have at our agency is our home sharing program. It was started in 1979. It's funded by the County of San Mateo and about 15 of the 20 cities here in San Mateo County. It's a very simple program where we match people who have housing. They might have an extra room or 2 rooms available in their home, and we match them with people who are looking for a place to live. Every year we take in about 1,200 applications for this particular program, and last year we placed over 250 people in our home sharing program. We have one of the largest home sharing programs in the country. Agencies throughout the country actually turn to HIP Housing for technical assistance to help start home sharing programs in their community. The average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment here in San Mateo County is anywhere between $1,400 and $1,500 a month. When people find housing through HIP Housing's home sharing program, they're usually paying on average about $585 a month for housing. So you can see it's a much affordable way for people to be able to live here in the county. We have a very thorough interview process. We interview all clients who are providing and all clients who are seeking housing. We ask for proof of ID, proof of references, proof of income. We also do a background check on our clients. We provide resources to our clients so they know how to appropriately interview potential housemates and make a good decision about who they're going to share their home with. And we also facilitate 2 types of arrangements. One is simply where the person moves in and pays rent, and the other is primarily designed to help seniors and perhaps single parents to help have somebody in the home who can exchange services in lieu of rent, such as help with cooking or cleaning or child care exchange. So it's a great way for people to have a no-rent kind of situation here. When people decide they want to home share through our agency, we also complete what's called a living together agreement so that we can put everything in writing. And then every 3 months we follow up with our matches to see how they're doing and provide follow-up and mediation support if needed. So why is home sharing good for the community? In really tough economic times, when people have extra rooms in their home, it's a great way for them to put that extra room to good use. It allows people to maintain their financial independence by keeping their housing and utility costs low, and it creates an affordable housing opportunity here in our county that you don't have to build, you don't have to construct. It's readily available, and people have the means in order to make that available for people who are looking for housing. And for about 40 to 50% of our home providers are seniors. It allows them to maintain their housing and to be able to live independently in their home rather than moving to a nursing home or an assisted living community. And for people who are working full-time, it helps them to reduce their mortgage costs, reduce their rent costs, and to be able to live affordably here in the county. The next program is our self-sufficiency program. This is a model welfare to work program. We serve approximately 70 families in this program every year, representing close to 200 adults and children. It's a program to help families with children who are in school and doing job training. They can also be working, but they have to be working towards developing their career and their educational goals. HIP Housing provides them with housing, case management, monthly life skills workshop, and connection to community resources to help support the family and help them become economically self-sufficient. One model to that program is our SHARE program, where we have 3 houses that the agency built designed for shared living with single-parent families, and one of them is here in the city of San Carlos on Cedar Street. It's a 6-bedroom, 3-bath house that currently 3 families share together, and the families can stay in the house for up to 24 months while they're working on their career and their educational goals. We have a collaboration with San Mateo County Housing Authority that provides the housing subsidy for this house, so the tenants pay only 1/3 of their income for rent. The next model to the self-sufficiency program is called HOP, and it stands for Housing Opportunities Program. This is a program supported by the County of San Mateo's CalWorks program and also the San Mateo County Housing Authority. It's for single-parent and 2-parent families where the family is a little bit further along in their career and their educational goals, and we support their housing costs for 1 year. So the family will go out to find their own housing, and for the first 6 months, we will pay for 60% of their rent, and for the last 6 months, we pay for 30% of their rent. And the third model to the self-sufficiency program is a collaboration we have, again, with San Mateo County Housing Authority called the Moving to Work program. And this is a 6-year housing scholarship program where the families go out to find their own housing. And San Mateo County's project-based Section 8 program helps to pay for the family's rent for 6 years, and the family only pays 1/3 of their income for rent. So again, all the families in our self-sufficiency program have to be in school, they have to be in job training, and they have to be working towards career and educational goals that will help make their family become more economically self-sufficient. The third program offered at HIP Housing is our Home Equity Conversion Counseling Program. This is for senior homeowners who are 62 years or older, and they own their home and they wish to draw income out of the equity in their home. HIP Housing is the only AARP and HUD certified counseling agency in San Mateo County to provide third-party objective counseling on reverse mortgages. We counsel about 100 seniors every year to learn more about reverse mortgages. We don't steer the families toward taking out a loan or not taking out a loan. We're simply to provide objective information and potentially other resources that might benefit the senior. Most of the seniors that we see that come through that program and want to receive counseling are looking to take out a reverse mortgage to help pay for home health care costs in terms of paying somebody to come in and provide that service in their home. So we counsel about 100 seniors a year, and we feel very committed to providing that objective information to our senior community. And lastly, HIP Housing is a property owner and a property manager here in San Mateo County. Our niche is basically acquisition and rehab of buildings where we acquire them and then rehab them and then keep them affordable for the tenants that currently live in them. But we also do property management for cities here in the county, and we do manage 2 properties for the city of San Carlos on Walnut. We have the property at 657 Walnut and also 817 Walnut, and those are 13 units of affordable housing here in San Carlos. We also own 1244 Cherry, which is an additional 6 units of housing on Cherry Street. Some of the housing that we have are called project-based Section 8. It's a collaboration with the Housing Authority, again, where the unit is considered a Section 8 unit, and the tenants pay only 1/3 of their income for rent. And the other units that we own and manage are considered below market. So if the market rate is $1,400 for a 1-bedroom, HIP Housing's units are going to be below that. We have a little over 200 units of housing here in San Mateo County. We own and manage properties in Daly City, South City, San Mateo, Foster City, San Carlos, and in Redwood City. And we provide housing to almost 400 individuals and families through our various properties. And these are the photos of some of the properties that HIP Housing owns and manages. Our largest unit are our 92 units of senior housing in San Mateo called Edgewater Isle. This is a project-based Section 8 facility where the seniors pay 1/3 of their income for rent. We have over 100 seniors living in that particular property. All of HIP Housing's programs are free to the community, and if people wish to learn about any of our programs, they're welcome to call our office at 650-348-6660. Or they may also wish to visit our website at hiphousing.org. Another piece of work that our agency does is we take a lot of calls from people who just want to learn about affordable housing here in the county, where to find it, how to get started with that particular type of search. We take in close to 2,500 calls a year for people that are looking for that kind of information. So even if one of our programs doesn't meet what a client is looking for, we're always welcome to take calls of people that want to learn about housing here in the county. And I really want to thank you again for your support of our organization for creating affordable housing. Last year, just alone in the city of San Carlos, we housed about 180 people. So I'm very happy to be a member of this community. I'm happy that you're able to continue to support our organization. And I hope that tonight someone is watching and perhaps they would be able to use our services. So I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Laura. You were exactly right on time. Boy, I tell you, you're great. And I apologize. I'm Italian. I should have known how to say your last name.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's right.
You gave the website and you gave the phone number. I was going to do that, but it's a great program. And it's 36 years going, and it helps a lot of folks in the community, and hopefully presentations like this will get even more people calling you to get information about what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, move on to item 5, public comment. Public comment is for persons wishing to address the council on matters not on the posted agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes, and we have a couple of folks that would like to speak. The first person is Nancy Parker. If Nancy would come forward, please. Thank you.
Good evening. I am very happy to have a few minutes to address the council. Thank you very much for hearing me out. I have been a born and bred Bay Arean and spent 20 years in this community. Prior to that, I've lived all over the Bay Area, including the East Bay, the Peninsula, and San Francisco proper. I am here tonight because I understand that we will have a presentation on a lot of the public safety activities that are taking place in our community. And I had some firsthand experience, which I'd like to just talk about in general, and then ask for some support in supporting for a balanced public safety presence in our community, along with the great schools and the lovely downtown area and many of the things that all of us moved to San Carlos for. This place has been safe. It's a small town. It's a balance of a diverse community of young, old, and I have had the pleasure of being here for a great time, a long time in my life. While it is safe, it is certainly a growing community that has all of the concerns that any other community has. You do have petty vandalism. Hopefully it doesn't grow from there, but I have seen it change. So vandalism can become then petty theft. And there are all the other problems that then happen in the community. I had occasion to need to call the police only on a few occasions. And in the last few months, I've had to call a little bit more frequently. I am usually very pleased to know that the response time is very quick and my calls are addressed and my concerns alleviated. This time, it took a long time. It took 45 minutes to respond. I didn't have enough satisfaction, so I decided to come down to the administrative offices here to talk to someone in the police department about what happened that night. I had a wonderful opportunity to talk to Commander Reed, and he did explain the situation to me to my satisfaction about what occurred, and it had to do with the fact that there was a burglary in progress that apparently took all of our police resources to attend to that event, and my suspicious persons at my home could not be addressed in a quick manner. Now, I'd like to think that's a once in a very long time event. However, when I came down here the first time, the office was closed. The police office, administrative offices were closed. That raised a few hairs on...
Ma'am, are you going to make a couple of more points? Because you're already over the 2 minutes, so...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My points are that what I'd like to see from the council and what I'm here for today is it has to be a balance between community members like myself working to ensure safety in our community. I ask for the council's support. I ask for the police department's support in making sure that while we are in these bad economic times that we are not cutting the presence so greatly that our little town, which is known for safety, great schools, great parks, and a wonderful downtown, is not impacted by crime coming into our community. So I appreciate that support.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Bell.
I'm Pat Bell. I live in San Carlos, and each of you got an email today from Margaret Desmond. She's very sorry she couldn't be here. She's volunteering over at the ACC, teaching a composting workshop. So, but I joined her in her outrage at the actions of the Planning Commission last week when they overturned the recommendations of the General Plan Advisory Committee and showed total disregard for our East Side neighborhood, and decided that although GPAC spent months considering the plan, preferred land use alternative, and had a very well-attended public workshop on the subject, that their judgment was better than ours, and it would be better to line Holly Street with high-density housing. Now, we have heard over and over again, not just at GPAC workshops, but over and over for years, that the small-town character of San Carlos is very valuable. The citizens want that to continue. High-density housing along the entrance to the city does not say sweet little small town. It says Mountain View. I went to Mountain View to take pictures of the kind of thing they're proposing. They're not only proposing it for Holly Street, they want to rip out all the houses on one of the streets in our neighborhood and put in the backside of this high-density housing. They've also carved out 3 parcels on the edge of our community for commercial. They're going to add it to the gas station at Industrial and Holly, so we will have the back of the commercial development on our neighborhood streets. Now, our neighborhood is very discreet. It doesn't kind of bleed into anything else. It's 5 little streets right there. And if you take out the south side of Springfield, Margaret isn't going to see the sun until 11 o'clock in the morning, for one thing. All of us will be impacted because there isn't enough room on Springfield for the traffic that's there now. And if you add hundreds and hundreds of cars, they're going to start up Springfield the first day, discover that when they get to the top of Springfield, they can't get onto Old County, and they're going to be on all of our streets. 2 cars cannot pass us.
Pat, if you could wrap it up.
I'm wrapping.
You're over your 2 minutes already. Go ahead.
Wrapping.
Thank you.
On Springfield, at the moment, if there are cars parked on each side, 2 cars cannot pass each other. So adding traffic to that so as not to make Holly overcrowded doesn't make much sense. And all the other streets are the same.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate your comments. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on something that isn't on the posted agenda? Okay. Seeing none, move on to item number 6, approval of the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine, be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a member of the council, staff, or public requests specific items to be removed for separate action. Any items, gentlemen, you want to have removed, or staff?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me?
I just had a question on one item, and that's the minutes. I noticed the date. These are quite old, so do we need to do anything special in approving them? It's just Bob and I that would have been at that meeting.
Not that I know of.
I was simply going to abstain from that particular item.
Is there a reason that we have October 8th, 2007?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you recall, we were off-site that night, and I took minutes about a year ago, and shortly thereafter I got a new laptop, so away went the minutes, and I had to take a while to redo them, so
No problem.
I apologize for that.
That's okay. Just any other questions?
No, I was just asking for procedural reasons, but I guess even...
Mr. Lanzone?
You have a quorum, you can act on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions or anything removed?
Mr. Mayor, I move for the approval of consent calendar as items 6A through N.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve consent calendar items A through N. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me.
Would you simply read the title of the ordinance?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, Mr. Ahmad, you want to read that? Title of the ordinance?
H.
F or H?
F.
F.
Item 6F, adopt ordinance 1402, amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, Section 15.04.050 Delta, to allow non-metallic sheathed cable as stated in the 2007 California Electrical Code.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Abstaining 6B, yes, all others.
Okay. Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Vasili?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Moving on. Item 7, reports to council. Reports to council are updates on key city projects by city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature, and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. Item 7A is a strategic plan update. Police department schedule alternatives and impacts on operations. Chief Rothaus, thank you.
Good evening, council members. Greg Rothas, Police Chief. As Councilmember Vasili said, This is basically closing the loop on a strategic plan workshop that we had, really to lay out some operational efficiencies and considerations and some scheduling efficiencies and considerations that we're undergoing in the police department. The first report does deal with kind of scheduling alternatives, and it lays out basically 4 schedules that police departments operate under, and it shows the one that we currently operate under, which is the 12 plan. The report also goes on to show the council of an alternative schedule that the police department is currently considering, although I'm not convinced that we should do that at this time. I am considering it with my staff, and we are going through to see to whether or not this is something that we should try. And then lastly, in this report, it also goes on to discuss what the impacts are and or would be when and if our sworn personnel and our sworn strength were to drop down to 2 officers and a sergeant on a consistent basis at any one time. And so that is the scheduling staff report. The second report has to do with the use of non-sworn, and again, it has some economic...
Chief, I apologize. I apologize for interrupting you, but a member of the public wanted to speak on 7A, so could I ask her to do that before you move on? Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Pat, you want to speak on this? Okay. Sorry, Chief. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
The second report also has to do with the use of, to what extent can the police department, do we use non-sworn personnel, or could we use non-sworn personnel in place of the sworn staff? As you know, the cost between sworn and non-sworn is very different, mainly because of the PERS costs associated with public safety positions. So we looked at the use of non-sworn, and I'm happy to report that we do use extensively non-sworn in the field, and probably more so than most of the cities around us. And we do so really quite effectively. Our non-sworn staff, the police services technician is the name of the position, and they do really quite a lot of field work, and they do an excellent job in the field. And then the other position that we currently have filled with a sergeant is the administrative sergeant position. Some agencies will civilianize that position. There's a cost savings associated with that. And I laid out a couple options with respect to that position that the council could consider and may see again during the mid-year budget adjustments and or the end-of-year budget adjustment.
Thank you, Chief. Why don't I, before you, Pat, since you wanted to wait, you can wait a little longer perhaps. Questions of the Chief on his report?
The only thing I scribbled a few notes here and had one question about the 410, 313 schedule. Has that ever been tried where it mentions in here that the 313 is used on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Right.
Thought occurred that perhaps doing something like that more midweek, just because of call volume. Do you have any comment on that?
No, I don't really think that. One of the reasons to have the schedule that way, it does work. It's a schedule that's used in Redwood City and some others. And really it's because in terms of when you devise a schedule, you want to be able to have it appealable to as many people as possible to be on that schedule, not only just for working conditions, but for the ability to attract and retain police officers. Mm-hmm. What's good about this schedule is that it allows those who kind of want to work weekends to have a good portion of the week off, and vice versa. So it is going to be attractive to approximately half the department for different reasons. In terms of offsetting the schedule, so it would be midweek or something like that, and staffing up heavy at certain hours, we think that we can go ahead, based upon our workload, and which is busier Friday and Saturday nights, staff up enough to cover that workload on the weekends.
I had one other question. When I was then reading through to civilianize the administrative sergeant position, it seems like that would work well with the 410, 313 program.
It would.
Okay, so right. You verify that. Okay, that's it. Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Ahmad, any questions or any comments?
I just had one question regarding the civilianizing of the admin sergeant. Is that something that we want to start to explore a little bit more? How does that fit? I'm just kind of looking for recommendations, or what do you feel is appropriate for St. Carlos?
Well, in the staff report, it points out that in terms of cost effectiveness, it would be good in order to be able to have that position with the management analyst. My concern right now would be the loss of that position, the sergeant's position. At this point, we need to keep that sergeant in the department and keep that position. So as we look for budget cuts, and as I start to be asked and directed to look for budget cuts in the police department, in the area of sworn officers, that's where I'm going to look. But loss of that sergeant right now puts us in a pretty, not in a great spot, because we only have 4 sergeants and 4 teams in patrol, so anytime the sergeant is sick or on vacation or whatever, we'd have to backfill that with overtime or with somebody that's not a sergeant and make them an acting supervisor for a short period of time. So, but I have a sense we'll probably be looking at this again.
A follow-up then?
Sure.
Since Mr. Ahmad asked that question, and the chief, the way he gave that answer about losing the sergeant, I suppose we could also look at this as a switch of the admin sergeant to civilianize that position, but then at the same time gain a traffic sergeant?
Correct. Then we wouldn't lose the sergeant position. That would be a net budget increase, though. If we did that maneuver, because we would keep the same amount of sergeants, and then we would be adding an analyst, a civilian position. So that would be making that maneuver would make it a budget increase. But we would keep the sergeant. We'd have that sergeant in patrol.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Royce, any questions? Okay. Chief, just one quick question. What is our staffing now? In other words, are we down 1, down 2? Because I've noticed you have a person I think started on the 7th, another officer.
We are, technically we are fully staffed on paper right now.
On paper, okay.
But we don't, as often is the case, we don't have a lot of those bodies. We have a couple or few in field training, and we have 1 officer pregnant on pregnancy leave. We have another officer off injured. And so on paper we're fully staffed. We just don't have the bodies.
Okay. I just wanted to, relative almost to the lady who spoke earlier, I just wanted to make sure that you commented on what our situation is now.
And we have a couple retirements coming this year we know of.
Okay.
So we're actively recruiting for those 2.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I read the report, and it was very, very detailed, and I know it had a lot of stuff in there. You put a lot of time in this, and I know we're going to revisit some of these items in the future, but it's nice to have a little preliminary look at it, because this is something that we're going to have to look at. Staffing is in every civil department, but certainly in public safety. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Pat, you want to make a quick comment, please?
I agree that the non-sworn personnel do an excellent job, and also we have at least 1 volunteer in this town who puts in an incredible amount of time for the police department and does an excellent job. But we cannot, as the lady said earlier, let our public safety get so Spartan that they can't respond to a suspicious person. That suspicious person could turn into a burglary while you're worrying about the burglary somewhere else. So I urge you not to reduce further the budget for the police department. They've been cut and cut and cut for years, and I think there has to be an end to that. We have to realize that public safety costs money, and we need public safety. So as you're considering, I would favor what Mr. Grocott was talking about, keeping that sergeant, making him a traffic sergeant, and then hiring an administrative person. Although it's a budget increase, it's not a huge budget increase, and it would fill both of those slots. It would give us the traffic sergeant we need and the administrative person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell. Okay, moving on to item number 8, 8A, public hearing, consideration of abandoning a 5-foot wide strip along the southeasterly side of the unit block between 37 and 57 Fay Avenue. Robert.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. This is the proposed abandonment is in keeping with the past policy and practice of the City of San Carlos, and I would recommend approval.
Questions?
Yeah, is this a public hearing?
It is.
It is.
But I wanted to see if anybody had any questions for Robert first. No? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? If not, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, gentlemen, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 2008-.
62.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, abandonment of a 5-foot wide strip along the southeasterly side of the unit block between 37 and 57 Fay, F-A-Y Avenue.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Gokart?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Moving on, item 8B, consideration of a zoning ordinance amendment / zoning map amendment and development associated with the construction of a new 34-unit condominium complex within a 4-story building with one-level underground parking at 1525 Cherry and 700 Chestnut Street, San Carlos. APNs 050141-040, 050-141-370, and 050-141-360. Ms. Nelson.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Nelson, the planning manager, and before you tonight is the legislative action that the council takes for a proposed 34-unit condominium project at the corner of Cherry and Chestnut, catty corner that way from City Hall. As background, this project was before the Planning Commission 2 years ago in their capacity as decision maker for the R3 multifamily zoning district, so it did not come to you at that time. They approved that project on March 6, 2006 for a 3-story residential building condominium with 28 condominium units and 57 parking spaces located entirely in an underground garage. This new application is a request for an additional 6 housing units, and this would put it outside the R3 zoning district with a request for a planned community district. That is an amendment to the zoning map and the zoning ordinance, and as a legislative action, that part of this proposal comes to the City Council. Other aspects of the project would remain as previously approved. And the Planning Commission at their meeting on September 2nd, 2008, recommended that you take the actions for a zoning ordinance amendment and map amendment, and accompanying that map amendment with a planned community is a development plan. The Planning Commission has approved, and of course those don't become final unless you approve the rezoning, but the Planning Commission has taken action on the 2nd of September on a tentative map, a conditional use permit, a grading and dirt haul permit, and architectural review. The tentative map is for subdividing the existing 2 parcels, which is a ½ acre, into 34 condominium units, and a homeowners association and CC&Rs that accompany that tentative map. The new proposal includes 6 additional units from what was previously approved. 4 of those would be designated under our below-market rate ordinance, with 3 of them proposed at very low income, which is unusual. It's a deeper affordability than typical, and 1 unit at low income. A conditional use permit is required under a planned community, even though under its existing zoning, R3 multifamily is allowed. When you put a planned community ordinance on it, there is a use permit provision that requires the use permit for multifamily. So the Planning Commission has also recommended that, based on it being consistent with development pattern in the neighborhood and also with the general plan designation, which allows up to 80 units per acre, and this is 37, calculates at 67, dwelling units per acre. There's also a grading and dirt haul permit, no changes from what was approved 2 years ago. The grading would be 13,400 cubic yards of earth to accommodate the underground parking garage. And finally, the other Planning Commission action was an architectural review. They found that the building was a very high-quality design, that the building reflects a lot of articulation and increased setbacks, that the applicant has submitted a high-quality landscape plan for the perimeter landscaping, new street trees, and interior courtyards. In fact, there's 27% more open space than typically required with this new proposal. The applicants also incorporated green building measures. They intend to be LEED certified with some measures such as water-efficient landscaping, the use of recycled content materials, increased ventilation for air circulation, and low-emitting materials. So what's before the council are, as I mentioned, this ordinance amendment, a map amendment, and a development plan. Specifically, the development plan would put in place the 6 additional units, a partial new 4th floor to accommodate those additional 6 units, and the other provisions, as I mentioned, with the development plan that offer increased affordability and setbacks and changes to the parking requirements. Under the R3 zone, a 40-foot height is allowed. So the PC zone would allow up to 50 feet, and the applicant's team will be here to go through the specifics. I'll do a few overview of what the design is, but the applicant can speak more specifically to the specifics of where the 50 feet height limit is achieved. But the council has, in the past, done 4 other planned community zones in and around the downtown at 1000 El Camino, the former Laura Theater site, San Carlos Elms, and Pacific Hacienda. And you do this in places where what's offered to you is over and beyond what you might otherwise achieve with strict application of the underlying zone. I mentioned the development plan allows 50-foot height. It would establish a parking standard of 1.67 spaces per unit. That's 57 parking spaces. The applicant team will present to you some studies that they have conducted on the parking that's experienced in other buildings of similar size and why this parking standard can work in a downtown location near transit. The 27% more open space and this deeper affordability of low-income units. And on to the building. As I mentioned, the team will talk more about it, but the proposed 4th floor is visible most prominently on the Chestnut side and set back significantly from the Cherry Street side of this building. As an overview, you can see on the perimeter very increased setbacks, 15.2 on this Cherry Street frontage, 12 feet 2 inches at the rear, 8 feet 2 inches at the exterior side yard on the Chestnut side, and 7 foot 2 inches on the western side yard. The Planning Commission asked for some massing studies, and the team will show you the relationship of the building to the adjacent buildings. This is the Cherry Street frontage, and this apartment is on the western side of the proposal. This is a straight-on view at Cherry Street. You can see particularly the increased setbacks here at the entrance. This one is showing the corner feature as well as 4-story features along Chestnut Street. And once again, a massing study relative to the building next door on Chestnut. It is these deeper amenities that have the Planning Commission recommending to you the planned community zoning district, because you can achieve standards that are appropriate to a downtown multifamily development, particularly with these greater affordability of the BMR units, the density to transit, more open space, greater streetscape landscaping, and a first ever, I think, LEED certified multifamily building. In In terms of environmental review, there was one conducted for the original plan. Staff looked at that environmental review. It is still appropriate because it was based on a downtown build-out study which presumed that there would be 34 units at the specific site. So we did not have to update that. The other one is still valid. There were some public comments, both pro and con, some written that were attached to the Planning Commission packet related to height, loss of light, views, parking, and traffic, and there was also quite a bit of public support at the Planning Commission meeting for the quality design, its proximity to downtown, as being appropriate in density. People like the LEED certification qualities, and there was some support, although there was concern about the on-street parking, that the studies has shown that it would be adequate. So the recommendation of the Planning Commission to you is to adopt a resolution for the zoning ordinance amendment and map and development plan, and then the development plan is actually adopted by ordinance, so you would have a first reading tonight of that ordinance. Concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Questions? I know there's some folks that want to speak on this, but any questions of Ms. Nelson at this time? Mr. Grocott, any questions now? Or?
I have some, but I think I can wait until after there's comment.
Okay. We have a couple of people who would like to speak on this item. First one's Pat Bell.
Thank you. My problem with this development is the massive look of it at the street. For what it's worth, GPAC had a discussion about what makes an attractive project and what makes an unattractive project at our last meeting, not discussing this project at all, but the consensus was that Pacific Hacienda, which is very much set back with landscaping in front of it, is attractive, and projects that go essentially straight up at the street are unattractive. And this one, although it is articulated and has ins and outs, that corner piece is just like El Capitan standing there. And the rest of it is not blocked by the kind of landscaping that Pacific Hacienda has. It still is a big wall at the street. So that's my objection to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Mark Di Torgiani. I hope I didn't blow that Italian name. Maybe I did. Thank you. Got one for two at least. Va bene.
My name is Mark Di Torgiani, and I'm a resident here of San Carlos for the last 8 years. I'm a local businessman, and I am a parent of a White Oaks kindergartner. I am speaking in support of the project for a couple reasons, and unfortunately I disagree that I do think it's a good-looking building and fits well within that space there. But primarily I support this for two reasons, and one is because of the affordable housing component that comes with this, and I think it is an important thing for the community of San Carlos to continue to develop and build our affordable housing. I was not aware of HIP housing, and it was interesting to hear that there are a good group of people that are being helped by more affordable housing. But I had an opportunity when I was a school teacher to be afforded a similar type of opportunity, and it afforded me the chance to be able to live within the community that I taught, to actually be able to interact with the families and things like farmers markets and things of that nature. And I think this is a great opportunity for somebody like Mrs. O'Neill, who's my son's kindergarten teacher, to have an opportunity to be part of the community where they teach. So secondly, I also support the LEED certification of this, and I think that it's very important for San Carlos to take a step forward and to be a leader on the peninsula in LEED certified buildings with green practices. I'm familiar with the Chamber of Commerce and what they're doing with local businesses and greening, certifying businesses as green. And I think us getting our first LEED certified, quote unquote, green multi-family building here is a great first step in approving the type of developments that I think will be the norm before too long. So again, I speak in support for this. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. We'll keep the public hearing open, if it's okay with the city attorney, just in case other people want to speak later. Questions now, Ms. Nelson? Mr. Grocott, you had some questions?
Yeah, I had a few.
I'm sorry. Did I go out of order here?
The applicant would like to make a presentation. We were kind of waiting for the slides to change. That's why we didn't come up.
Okay, you'll get a chance to make an application or a proposal, no problem. As soon as we get questions from Ms. Nelson, we'll be happy to take you. Trust me, you'll get a chance. Not going to cut you off, Bob.
Don't change those yet, because yeah, hold off, if you would.
Sorry, Connie. Go ahead, Mr. Grocott. Questions?
The first question I had is, what puts this outside of R3 zoning? My understanding from reading the staff report and then versus what you said in your presentation, I'm a little confused. Is it the number of units per acre? Is it the height of the building, or is it both?
It's the height.
It's the height, okay. So 34 units has nothing to do with it not fitting in
34
R3.
units would be permitted under the density. It's
the height of the building, okay. The other question I had was, when this was looked at as a 3-story proposal, was the parking garage part of that, or
Yes.
not?
Yes.
So there's always been a parking garage,
There always has been an underground parking garage, the same number of spaces proposed.
and so there's always been a grading and haul permit required?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in some regards, what we're really looking at is the tentative map, although that's just to create condos and divide up the parcels, right? That has really nothing to do with the issue of if we have an issue with the height, then approving the tentative map has nothing to do with that, except it is 34 units, and that
That's
comes into play.
correct. Though if you do not approve the planned community zoning designation, which is in the council's purview to do, the tentative map would not apply.
Say that again?
In order for the tentative map and the grading and dirt haul permit and the conditional use permit and the architectural approval that the Planning Commission gave, it requires the council to also approve the planned community zone and the development plan, which says it's okay to be 50 feet high and have these setbacks and this parking standard and the lead standards and the affordability requirements as proposed by the applicant. The uniqueness of the project proposed under planned community.
What was was there any BMR to this at all before?
Yes.
3 stories?
Yes, but not at this same affordability of the 3 very low income.
So before it was what?
I'll have to ask the applicant, I'm sorry, but I do know that if it were 34, the general split would be 1 moderate unit, 2 low-income units, and 2 very low-income units, so a total of 5 for 34 units. The applicant proposed...
That's at 15%?
That's at 15%. The applicant proposed 4 units as part of this planned community. In exchange for that 4, 3 at very low, which is really almost impossible to achieve under normal circumstances in for-sale housing.
So it's less than 5 or 15%, but it's the affordability
Yes.
level that
Yes.
is the
3
trade-off.
very low and 1 low.
Okay. There's one other question I had.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah,
We're not going to close this off.
Sure,
We still have
yeah.
questions. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson. Mr. Stafford, did you want to make a, or your staff, or whatever, whomever?
End. Where's that arrow? Where'd it go? Okay. Can you guys read this now?
I think I can get it from here.
Can you expand it?
Sure, you read City of San Carlos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I don't know how to get it to full screen, though. Can you get
this is a good
full
start.
screen?
This thing? No, up here. And this one.
No, the third one in.
Third one.
There you go.
That one.
Rick. Technology. I love it.
Project keeps getting larger.
Larger and larger, yeah.
And the packet grows.
More than 34 now.
Mayor Gasilli, members of the council, and members of the community, it is with much pride and anticipation that we come before you this evening for a long path to a building that really is going to set a new tone for the town. And I have Gary Black, who is fronting up our discussion with respect to parking, and Bob Savageau, which I think you guys know from Pacific Hacienda, that are here to follow me. And what I'd like to do is just to reiterate some main points that Deborah made that I think are really dispositive, that distinguish this project from any other project that's come before a council in San Carlos. The first one is, this will be the first green building in the history of the town. This is not a small step for a community such as ours. LEED certification is a criteria by which we will be graded for our level of certification. Leadership in energy and environmental design sets new standards, not just for the building industry, but for a community that is really taking big steps to go green. Our assistant manager, city manager, Brian Mora, is doing a great job. I think we were talking the other day, and I think he has 17 businesses now certified green. Those small steps lead to something like this, no pun intended. And so we're offering, with this program, the first green multifamily building in the town's history. The second element of this, it's a transit-oriented development. One needn't open up the paper to see where we're going as a society for paradigm shift. All you have to do is go down to the gas station. Or for that matter, go down to the train depot, and you can see the ridership has increased so much. And we know that folks that are within a half mile of transit, they use it that much more, and studies indicate 40% more. I was able to go to the senior TOD forum that the county put on, and it was amazing when you listen to people that are living within this zone, how their lives have changed. And in fact, one of the letters from one of our neighbors, Arthur Benham at Pacific Hacienda, he lived over on St. Francis Way. They're in their late 70s to early 80s, I think. And I think he wrote an eloquent letter of the differential of being a mile and a half out and now living at Pacific Hacienda. Pacific Hacienda really was the first TOD of serious magnitude, and we're following on that heels. So we're bringing you the first green certified TOD. The third one is that these are the, Councilmember Grocott, it goes to your point of trying to figure out, hey, what is the BMR program? Well, what the BMR program is simply, these are the largest below market rate units in the history of the town in terms of square footage, bedroom count, and equally important, location. I worked intimately with Mark Sawicki in going through the criteria of what is the town really missing. Because this addresses what's missing, which is units larger than one bedroom where a young family can really live. So these below market rate units are the largest in the town's history in bedroom and square footage count. We didn't segregate them off down at one side of the hallway. They have prime location. And they really offer our community the opportunity for some families to have housing in a great location. The other thing, on just a sort of historical basis, on my mother's side, Henry Wrigley was the first president of the school board back in, I think he was 26. And at that time, we were a town of 600 people. My sister Jennifer continues that tradition. Jennifer's Patorno up at Heather School. And one of the things that she has told me is that for teachers under 40, they're just locked out of the housing. And so what's nice about this on just a family historical level, it continues the tradition of involvement with the community, involvement with the educational system. The other thing that is really critical to look at, and it's never been done, again, another element that's never happened before. Multifamily development, green certification, TOD, largest below market rate units with almost 30% more open space than required. 30% more open space than required. Now, you have to ask, how did they get to that point? We got to that point because those setbacks are reflective of the deference to the neighbors. After all, the model that I developed, which is developing in the neighborhood in which you live and then not leaving afterwards. Well, you got to be able to look your neighbors in the eye. And, as some of them will tell you, neighborhood outreach started in 2004. I live at 1536 directly across the street. It's never ended. So the setbacks, and there's a couple pictures that exemplify this really clearly. I think we have 8 or 9 separate setbacks. Never happened before. It's never happened with 30% more open space, and I think that that's one of the things I take most pride in, is I listen to my neighbors and I listen to staff with regard to that. And sort of on that point, following up the neighborhood outreach, like I said, I think there's a lot of people that probably avoid my house because they know if they want to talk about it, I'm going to listen. My front door has been open, my phones are available, and I've done extensive neighborhood outreach, and I can really report the vast majority of people are for this development. A lot of people are reticent to come to speak in public, much less twice, but I think you can see from the Commission's notes and Deborah's comments with regard to speakers, I think we had 6 or 7. 3 of them I didn't know, and I was very pleased that they showed up and spoke on behalf of the development. So the neighborhood outreach has been extensive. Formerly, I lived at 1525 Cherry, which is one of the houses that's going to be torn down, and then I moved across the street at 1536. And so there's a lot of details to this, but when you look at a development like this, you really have to look at we're providing a living body, a living piece of art. And we have the architect here, Bob Savageau, and we have Gary Black, and what I'd like to suggest is if they could take the podium and walk you through the elements, and then, of course, if any of you have questions for myself or these two folks, we'd like to entertain those questions.
Okay, well, Steph, why don't we see if not that we wouldn't love to hear these gentlemen, but there may be questions of you or folks may want to hear them. So questions, Mr. Stafford first? We certainly can ask later. I mean, do you guys, gentlemen, want to hear the architect and the traffic person, or?
One of the things I realized, one of the questions I had to do with setbacks. So if the architect could do some presentation and address those, I think it probably answers the question.
I just want to make sure
ask of Deborah.
we're not, the people are interested. So fine, maybe the architect could speak for a few minutes?
Please, thank you.
A few being the operative word.
Yes.
Bob Savageau, ROS Architects. I will go through the presentation, try not to repeat what Deborah has already shown you, and be very happy to answer any questions you might have. Just want to go through very quickly what is the same about the design of the project when it was approved for 28 units. The site plan is the same as what we had with the 28 units. I don't know if we use the mouse or this might be easier to see. That's not easier to see. Okay, we got Cherry Street here, Chestnut. The library is right here on the corner. So we do have setbacks, significant setbacks, and I'll come back to that. We have an open-air courtyard in the middle of the project that I think is unique to this project, and kind of a theme that I've tried to put in the projects I've done in San Carlos. Pacific Hacienda is certainly an example of that. The project that I did on 656 Walnut Street also has a courtyard. I think downtown San Carlos for courtyard developments and the climate and just the character of the space is very, very appropriate. The underground parking garage has not changed. The dirt hall, as Deborah already said, has not changed. This is our typical upper floor. This is the courtyard, and what's unique to this is that it's a 2-level courtyard. This is at the ground floor. This space is on the 2nd level, and it's still all open to the sky. With some nice amenities in the courtyard. The lower courtyard has a fireplace on this end and a fountain here. The upper courtyard has another fireplace. Typical upper floor. This was the 3rd floor in the previous scheme, and the roof plan in the previous scheme. You can see on the perimeter we have these mansard roofs with tile. We have these tower elements on the corner. I chose a Spanish eclectic style in this case to be complementary to what you find downtown, but not just repeat what has been done in Pacific Hacienda. Each project has its own unique identity. These are the elevations of the approved project at the 28 units. Now this is our 4th floor, what we're proposing for the 6 units that we're adding. This light yellow is the 6 units. This yellow is some storage we're adding, which is a nice amenity to the project. Things we've learned, lessons learned from the past in Pacific Hacienda, 656 Walnut, 577 Laurel Street. There's never enough storage with these projects. So in this new design, we've got the opportunity to add storage. It doesn't show how it's divided up, but this can be divided up into different configurations. This is the corridor, so all of the residents can get to this storage space. This green space is a roof deck. So we've got lots of open space. It's things like this that get us to that amount of close to 30% of open space beyond what the minimum requirements are. This is the roof plan. You can see we've held back significantly from Cherry Street, and we've pulled back from the corner. This tower element on the corner is a significant feature of the project. It kind of, it's kind of the public face against the library and city hall neighbor that we have diagonally across the street. These are our new elevations, and what you see here, this dashed line is the 50 feet. Now, where we're touching that 50 feet is our tower elements at the corner. Some elements here that are behind the facade are stair access to the roof and elevator penthouse. Those elements are touching the 50 feet, but you see that a lot of our perimeter edge, and one of the reasons we went to the sloped roof on the edge is that when you're standing below looking at the building, the apparent edge is this eave line, not the ridge line of the mansard. And by doing this type of roof treatment, the apparent height of the building is lowered by doing that treatment. And you can see here on this elevation, we put the mass of the 4th floor towards the south end to keep the corners down to lower the apparent height when you're looking at the building from the street. Something we did across the street in Pacific Hacienda is it terraced up away from the street. The other elevations, what it doesn't show here in a flat elevation is all the articulation, but I'll have a graphic to show you that. Now, we are pursuing LEED certification. I'm confident we will get LEED certification, but as you may know, there's different levels of certification. We're going to strive for silver, and I think we have a very good chance of achieving silver. LEED is a process that takes you all the way through not just the preliminary design, but construction documents and construction. But with the features we put into the project that we've implemented, like I said, I'm very confident we are going to get basic LEED and pretty confident we're going to get silver. This is a transit-oriented development. And Bob, do you want to speak a little bit to that, or? Okay. And let me go through this and finish the architectural, then we'll come back to parking and BMRs. This is the interior courtyard, and actually this shows the ground level open courtyard, and this you see that second level courtyard in this image. This shows the varied setbacks we have around the perimeter of the building. We have variation here. This is the condominium project next to it. We vary from 5 feet at the closest point, which is the edge of our balconies, to as much as 15 feet at the deepest part. One of the reasons we did this, we have our deep setback in the middle so that there's no long wall of unbroken setback. We deliberately put that in the center of the project. On this side is just the opposite. We've cut back on the corners here and had deep recesses in the corner. And the entrance here, actually this is paving. The front door is here, so this goes as deep as 28 feet to the front and 12 and 15 feet across most of Cherry Street. With the additional 6 units, the required open space would have been 900 square feet. We're over 1,200 square feet of what we're proposing, and if you look at the entire project, the minimum required is 6,300. We're at over 8,600. That's a typo, sorry, that should be 27, so we're close to 30% over. This aerial, I think, is a good graphic showing how we fit into the neighborhood. Here's the library. This line is the property line, so you can see we've set back from the streets. You can see here again where we set back in the middle of this west elevation. You see the projects, and you kind of see the fabric of the neighborhood. You see the kind of setbacks we've designed here, and some of the setbacks you see between some of the existing buildings in the neighborhood, this little slot here, this narrow area. So we've made a conscious effort to step our building back from our neighbors. And actually, one thing I want to talk about here, too, is one of the reasons that we have these setbacks and we're looking at a fourth story is that partial fourth story is to maintain all of these open spaces. And in a good example is what I designed at 656 Walnut Street. That was a four-story project. It was 6 units. We could have fit those 6 units in 3 stories, but it would have been 3 units per floor and pretty much filled up the whole development envelope on each floor with no courtyards, no enhanced setbacks. By going an extra floor in that project, we went 2 units per floor, but created a large courtyard in the middle of the project. And this is kind of a similar approach where by going with partial fourth floor that you saw on our roof plan, it gives us the opportunity to open up the edges and the courtyard in the middle and the streets. If we took the approach of just putting all of the units in 3 stories, you'd basically be looking at a solid rectangle filling up the site, going to the minimum setbacks we'd have in R3 zoning, and trying to fill that whole development envelope in 3 stories, but having no varied setbacks and not giving us the opportunity to do this courtyard. We did some walkthroughs. I'll take you through this. This is Chestnut Street. That building that's fading to the left is the existing apartment building, and now coming around the corner to see the corner of Chestnut and Sherry. And you'll see here that we try to keep the massing towards the away from the corner, again, to help the apparent height of the building recede from the corners. And I'll stop it when we get to the corner. And you'll see that by pushing that 4th level far back, you don't start seeing it till you get to about this point. You're just starting to see the roof of what would that storage area would be that we've pushed back as far as we can. And here is from Cherry Street. This is the condominium project to the west of us and going towards Chestnut Street. And here you start seeing the variation in setbacks where we have this deep recess in the middle where we have our main entrance and coming around to Chestnut Street. Then you've seen these images that Deborah showed. This is, again, looking at our entrance. We've, again, carved into the middle of the block massing to break that up. This is from the library. This is from the 2nd floor of the library and on Chestnut Street. So, with that, if we may like to talk a little bit about parking and the BMRs and
well, we may or may not need to do that. We'll see. Do you guys want to hear about that too, or I didn't think so. Okay. Questions of this gentleman or questions of the developer?
I just had one question because I'm a little confused. You said the reason to go to the 4th story was to gain the courtyards and the setbacks to the entry and so forth, and the sort of the undulation of the different facades. But And I had a question before you hit on that. I had that as a question. What's the reason for going to the fourth floor and the 6 extra units? And as you were going through the different floor plans, it looked to me like all the floor plans just stayed the same between the original application and this one, except with this one you're adding the fourth floor and then changing the elevations.
Correct. Yeah, and we wanted to keep the same concept. We didn't want to lose any of that open space, and we were actually able to increase our percentage of open space by adding another deck on the roof. We put that deck, if I can go back to that image, towards the Cherry Street side where it would have, it would be screened. Yeah, here we go. So here's Cherry, here's Chestnut. It creates a very private open-air deck up on the roof that's screened from any of the neighbors on this side and set back from Cherry Street. So it provides a nice opportunity for an additional open space on the top floor. But by adding these units that are basically the same plan as the third floor, but a partial fourth floor, we've maintained all of the same setbacks in our courtyard without changing the footprint and not changing any of our setbacks or open space.
I guess, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Stafford rather than the architect, but I'm trying to grasp what was the impetus. You can tell from the questions I'm asking, I think, Mr. Stafford, that I'm struggling with fourth floor. So if you could tell me what was the reason for going from R3 application, 3 floors, everything was fine and dandy, and now we're here tonight trying to look at this fourth floor.
Well, I think you just said it. Economics. Everything's not fine and dandy in the world. And with regard to what's appropriate for the site, I think Deborah pointed out the original plan had 34 units. The 6 additional units are appropriate for the site. They're appropriate for a transit-oriented development, and they're absolutely imperative to, quite frankly, get this project financed in this market, not just over the last month, but this has been going on for quite some time. And then the other part, just so you know the deference that we paid, my partner, Dan Rottinghouse, who's the managing general partner, who has always had a commitment to below-market rate housing. He grew up in Redwood City. Professionally, he's across the bay now. But he was here in 2003 with seed money and believes in the below-market rate housing program that San Carlos has. And when you add up the numbers, when you go very, very low, Deborah said it's never been done before. I believe in this program. When I was a commissioner on EDAC, I really felt the best way that I could help the town was, 1, increase the tax revenue, and number 2, work on the below-market rate housing. We've had other folks that when they looked at this, they could see there's 38 units we could put here. 34 is appropriate, and in order to sort of get over the hump of the below-market rate, which is about a $3 million hit, we really need these extra 6 units. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak tonight? Please come up, fill out a form, and you can fill the form out after. You don't have to. Just give it to Mr. Mora, and you don't have to fill it out before. Thank you.
You gentlemen might recognize me as the guy that was going for all the speed out here. We got the red light in. I want to commend you on that. I want to know what's going to be done for the Chestnut and Cherry. I go by there every day. I don't see anybody stopping. They make running stops, and there's no police there. Do they ever get a ticket? Well, there'll be a lot of old people, won't there, with these buildings we're putting up? Am I right? You live closer there.
I'm sorry, I'm not here to answer questions directly, if you don't mind.
I'm sure when the project, if the project is approved and it's built, anything that would go in at this size, Public Works would look at it and identify if there was a situation where traffic stopping or calming or something else might go in. We don't just abandon intersections for no reason. So I'm sure it would be studied.
I went by the Mayor, I think you're the mayor, aren't you?
This week,
I went
yeah.
by the San Carlos Boulevard today, and those guys were very afraid. The cars were going 50 miles an hour, and they had no stop when an old lady pressed the yellow button and the light was flashing off and on. It didn't do any good.
Well, fortunately, that's going to be fixed in about, it looks less than 30 days. Hopefully, that light's going to be in. You can see they're already working on it.
Well, yeah, but if they're all synchronized, it doesn't do
I
any
don't
good.
think they're going to be all synchronized. Otherwise, it'll be a race.
Because, you know what, they make one light and they just go right on through.
I
You saw
understand.
somebody killed there, didn't you?
Understand.
Right? Don't smile, it wasn't funny, was it?
Sir, did you have you want to make a point on this project, or?
Obviously, you don't want to hear it.
No, I would like to. I'd just like you to get to the point of it.
I wish they'd stop them, start projecting them right now. If you put a police car there, I notice that the speed slows right down. If you take a test of anybody walking by there, they laugh and talk about it. I don't think our taxes won't be, I've been here 26 years, I've never had to pay a trash tax. I'm going to be getting one now. And it astounds me, you know. We don't seem to be going up at all, we seem to be going down.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir. Did you want to speak on this item? Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Go second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. So, what's your pleasure, gentlemen?
Mr. Mayor, I did have one question. And it may actually be directed more to city staff. This project is within the RDA or not?
Al Survey, Community Development Director. I think it's outside the RDA zone. Believe so, yeah. It's outside.
Mr. Mayor, the reason I was curious about this is I do know that we have some first-time home buyer monies available within the RDA. Would have been nice to see if we could have applied it to that. I know it's been a program that we've tried to get more traction with. If at some point we could have that clarified, but I was kind of hoping, but.
So in other words, all the funds that are there in the project are have to be in an RDA project to qualify for first-time home buyer?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Make sure everyone understands that. Other questions, Mr. Grocott? Or comments?
Yeah, I remembered I had it right here.
Okay.
I just, unfortunately, was not turned to that page. I'd asked this of Ms. Nelson today in a phone conversation. This is a planned community project that we're looking at. I mean, that's the application. So I'd asked her if there weren't other things that we could be requesting of the developer in a development agreement, similar to, I mean, we went through this with Palo Alto Medical Foundation. We had all kinds of things that we were going through there. And I asked her if she would look and see if historically, if there's anything we've done that we requested of the developer. And what I'm thinking of is, you know, as we build more and more and increase population, that of course has an impact on city services. And you know, we talk all the time about our fire department, our police department, our parks and rec, and those are the big three items that cost a lot of dollars. So I'd asked her if in the past if we've done anything in terms of these development agreements on these kinds of things where you know, this project ostensibly could be built under the R3 zoning, but we're told that it can't because he needs more units in order to make it work out financially, is what I'm hearing, which I can understand, and I can accept that. But on the other hand, we're looking at changing from R3 to the planned community so that we can get more units and more height. What is it that the city's asking for? And what I see out of it from the presentation is LEED certification. I'm very happy about that. I do think it's a well-designed project, and they've done a lot of nice things here with the open space and so forth. But I guess what I'm looking at is perhaps it would put the developer out of business if on this project, if we ask for this. But when we look at these projects, what are we doing for the impact these projects have on our community and augmenting for areas that we need funding?
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, the biggest one, police and fire is an issue, but when I look at a project like this, I think the bigger thing really is our parks. Because as you add more people, it's more people that want to use our parks, and we're limited in space, and we're really putting ourselves in a bind. And it's not just, it's kind of I don't mean to pick on the gentleman here who's giving us this application, but it's the drip process. It's not just one drop, it's all the drops added together, and pretty soon we find ourselves in a situation where we can't bear it anymore.
Ms. Nelson, we don't have or Mr. Savay, we don't have a park impact fee?
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yes. We have a park impact fee.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Fees are already adopted for the city, for development by ordinance. This is not a development agreement. It's a development plan. It's a PC development. It's a zoning plan. So what you could look at is something like Pacific Hacienda, which was adopted with PC zoning. 1000 El Camino was adopted with PC zoning. It has to relate into that zoning agreement. The development agreement we had for Pacific Hacienda was totally different. For PAMP, I'm sorry. It was a different kind of an entitlement. So, and that's not present here. So any fees or anything you would ask of this developer, you would have to be asking of all those who put in apartments, condos, those kinds of developments, and they have to be proportionate to the development. We would have had to adopt it by now. So,
Okay, well, that's why I asked the question, and I did, to be fair, I called staff this morning and asked that question, and I didn't hear it in the presentation, so I wanted to reiterate it, see what kind of answer we got from that.
Okay?
Okay.
As the city attorney mentioned, we did not have a development agreement in any of those others, and we didn't typically do any off-site improvements that were beyond the impact specifically adjacent to each property. And probably the place where we asked for the most off-site improvement was with 1000 El Camino, with some traffic calming around Laurel and bulb outs.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, I think that the most significant off-site would be the greater landscaping and street tree placement that is going to occur with this project than has in the past. And that was part of their proposal that we were quite pleased with.
Very good. One more question, and this is just
one more.
Well, because I couldn't answer it directly. When someone's standing at the podium, a member of the public, and asking me directly a question, it's a bit uncomfortable. So I was wondering if our city engineer, public works director, might just address the issue of we put in these projects, it impacts traffic and circulation. So when comes the time that we might look at, if it's necessary, something about stop signs and so forth? I think that's what the gentleman was driving at.
Robert, could you just come up and just address that just for a moment? Thank you. That's a good question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Robert Weil, Public Works Director. I think the question that was asked was stop signs, when they're warranted, and how well they're respected. And the state of California sets rules for warrants of stop signs, and those are adopted by the city of San Carlos, and they're based on volumes and accident rates. And so therefore, that's a simple analysis of counting volumes and accident rates. The volumes include pedestrians as well as vehicle volumes. So I don't know whether that type of analysis has been done for this project. I'm not very familiar with this project yet. If in fact it tips the scale that requires a stop sign, that's a very simple calculation, and that would be something that we would require as the project move forward to its improvement plan stage.
Yeah, I would think as these projects come up that all this stuff is going to cross your desk.
Yes.
Again, since you've only been here a short time, I appreciate that you aren't familiar with this one, and I'm sure that you'll analyze this, your department, you and your staff will analyze it and see if it meets the burden, and then even later on. I mean, it may not look like it at the beginning, and all of a sudden something might happen. I'm sorry. Yes?
We do have Excon here.
It would appear that the traffic engineer for the project is here, so we might ask Gary Black.
Well, okay, we could, but right now we're talking to Robert. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. I'm sure he has an opinion that probably supports the project. But anyway, Robert, I'm sure we're going to eventually get to that, so that'll be great. Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. So, gentlemen, what would you like to do?
So, to clarify, Mr. Mayor, there's going to be a resolution and an ordinance that we need to pass?
Through the chair, Mr. City Attorney?
So there is a resolution and an ordinance?
There's a resolution that really has findings in it, so if you'd adopt that, that would include the findings, and then there's an ordinance to introduce. It's the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, so one motion for the resolution, one motion for the...
Correct.
So, Mr. Mayor, I move for the adoption of resolution number 2008-
63.
City Council adoption of a zoning ordinance amendment, zoning map amendment, and approval of a development plan for the purposes of constructing an approximately 51,092 square foot multifamily housing building with 34 dwelling units and 57 parking spaces within one level subterranean parking garage at 1525 Cherry Street and 700 Chestnut Street, assessors parcel numbers 050-141-040, 050-141-370, 050-141-360.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 2008-63. Any more discussion on this item? Roll call, please. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I know you're trying to move along, and I know we got a lot to do tonight, but being that I have had some reservations about this project, especially coming into it, I would like to have an opportunity to make a few comments.
No problem. I didn't realize you were finished.
No, that's fine.
I thought you were finished.
Yeah,
No
that's
problem.
fine. I just simply want to say that I do really like the design of the project. I appreciate all the pluses about the LEED certification, the open space, and so forth, and I would like the applicant to know that. My reservations do have to do with the fourth floor, particularly as it in two contexts. One is looking at it relative to the little two-floor apartment building that sits behind it to the south, what we'll call the south, and I'll call it a 2.5-story condo unit that sits to the west. I see those buildings being overshadowed. But on the other hand, I don't see anybody, especially in the condo units here tonight, complaining about it. So I suppose how much concern is there? And then the other context of the height is just in the neighborhood. And what I mean by that is, yes, we do have some, across the street from this building, we have a 4-story building, but it's close to the downtown. This site is moving away from the downtown and getting closer to our residential areas. And what I would hate to see, I'm going to vote for this project. It's a partial fourth floor. But on the other hand, what I don't want to see is us going with 4-story buildings of high density that really get close to our residential R1 neighborhoods, and that's where I have my reservation. This project I will approve, but I guess, taking the opportunity to send a message, at least from this council member, I'm a little wary of how much density we're getting close to our R1 zoning.
Well, Cheryl appreciates that comment, and I think it's shared by the chair and probably by the other council members also. And I think each project has to stand alone. Just because it's there doesn't mean that it's going to continue along up the road, as they say. So I appreciate that comment. Any other comments? There's a motion on the floor. Can we have roll call, please? Oh, excuse me. And a second, I'm sorry. Yes?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, a second item here is a draft ordinance. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move for the introduction of ordinance number
1403?
Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos adopting a plan of development for purposes of constructing a multifamily housing development unit with 34 dwelling units providing 57 parking spaces at 1525 Cherry Street and 700 Chestnut, assessors parcel number 050-141-040, 050-141-370, 050-141-360. Boy, you owe me for this sore throat and for...
Is there a second?
Second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to ask Louise to tap our gentleman on the shoulder and say, if he's got the BMR units, I'd love to see HIP housing work. So,
Okay, any other comments? It's moved and seconded.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay. Move on to item 9A. We'll take 10 seconds while the room separates out here.
Take it all the way down to the end.
Is that the new sewer facility? Oh, that's the project we just approved.
That would be nice. Okay, folks, we're going to start the next item, so if everybody could have a seat or go outside, whatever you'd like to do, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a brief report. The city attorney may want to follow up with some other remarks.
Okay, if I could just announce the item, Mr. Will, that'd be good. 9A, consideration of authorizing amended financing agreement with South Bayside System Authority for financing of capital improvements. Thank you.
Yes, the purpose of this item is to put an agreement in place that enables SBSA, South Bayside System Authority, to issue bonds for the first phase of treatment plant capital improvements. The council approved an agreement in July, but the direction from council was to negotiate better terms with SBSA, and that's what we're bringing back to you now is a revised agreement that has terms more favorable to the city. So this action would actually rescind the previous agreement and put this agreement in its place. And the big change is that this agreement now addresses only the initial bond issuance for SBSA. The previous agreement would have really addressed the whole capital program. So this is just taking the first bite of the apple in terms of sale of bonds. The amount of bonds to be sold by SBSA is $54,900,000, and of which San Carlos's portion is $8,115,000. And the debt service on that initial issuance will be $540,000 per year, and the first payment will be due in July 2009. So that's basically the business deal that's on the table here. To help the council count the cost of that, we did a rate analysis. What's the effect on sewer rates just for this initial bond issuance? And the effect is basically to raise the money to cover the debt service. The sewer rates have to be raised 7%. And now that's not part of what's in the action before you tonight. It's just an analysis of the fiscal impact. To do that action, we'll have to come back with the Proposition 218 process, and that will be at a later date. We wanted to give you this, at least the analysis of what that would do in terms of approving this agreement. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city attorney to see if he has any additional remarks.
I think you explained it well. The concern last time was where we're giving, even though the JPA for SBSA indicates that SBSA can raise the rates for, do a project and assess its respective members, in order to issue bonds, they need a pledge of our sewer revenue rates, sewer revenue fees. That's why they need an agreement in place to do that. And the last time, I think there was concern expressed by some council members. I had concern that without a 218 hearing to cover all of the fees that would be necessary to cover all of the bonds that would be issued, we might be exposing the general fund or something else to cover all those fees that might be necessary in the future. In this case, the agreement just indicates it's for this initial issuance of bonds. When SBSA, if SBSA needs more bonds in the future, which I assume they will if they're going to build improvements to the plant, they'll have to come back to the city if they want our revenue rates pledged again, and again ask us, and then we can go to a 218 hearing before we agree to pledge those fees. So I think we've got the cart where it should be now, behind the horse, and we recommend the approval of the revised agreement.
And Dan Child, the general manager for SBSA, is here in the audience if you have any questions of him.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Robert or the city attorney or Mr. Child on this item? We did approve this already. It was, I think, more of a technical issue that we wanted to make sure we were protected on San Carlos's side.
The only question I have is for the average homeowner, the 7%. Do you have a dollar figure on that, or just 7%?
I would have to get my calculator and figure that out.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can give me the number, I'll do it in my head. But
and you know your sewer rates better than me.
I know. Dan, do you know what our sewer rates are yet? Now?
$400 a year.
Okay. $400 a year, thank you, that's great. So,
$28.
That's $28, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Approximately, okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Comments? This isn't a public hearing, but is there anyone here in the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, hearing none. Gentlemen, what would you like to do here?
Mr. Mayor, I move for the adoption of resolution number 2008-64. Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing execution and delivery of revised financing agreement with the South Bay System Authority, approving related actions, and rescinding resolution 2008-048.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Cheryl, thank you for coming. Robert, thank you very much for your information. Appreciate it. Okay. Next item is 10A, new business, consideration of adopting city strategic plan and 6-month objectives matrix.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jeff Maltby, City's Administrative Services Director. Before you this evening is consideration for adoption of the city's updated strategic plan. I realize you've got some heavy lifting to do yet tonight, so I'm going to make this brief, but there are a few elements that we just like to read into the public record twice a year with the strategic plan. On Tuesday, September 23rd, the City Council met for the 6th time with the City Manager and Department Directors in a day-long facilitated discussion of the city's strategic issues and goals. The purpose of the process was to review the city's mission statement, vision statement, key 3-year strategic goals, developed at previous strategic planning meetings, and develop new 6-month objectives. 28 new 6-month objectives were developed as part of this plan. No changes were made to the city's mission statement, which reads, "The City of San Carlos provides high-quality services and facilities in a fiscally sustainable, responsive, and friendly manner to foster a safe and healthy community." No changes were made to the city's vision statement, which reads, "By 2012, the City of San Carlos will be a vibrant and thriving home and destination for individuals, families, and businesses." No changes were made to the city's core values, which reads, not in priority order, "The City of San Carlos values fiscal responsibility and sustainability, protecting our environment, strategic thinking and planning for the future, high ethical standards, community involvement, high-quality customer service, a strong sense of community, and public safety." The 3-year goals remain the same: to increase economic development and sources of revenue, to maintain and enhance public services, update the general plan and zoning code, maintain public safety, maintain and enhance the infrastructure, plan for and implement long-term financial sustainability. All of the goals and objectives are available on the city's website. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Maltby?
I have one question. It has to do with our process here. Is it possible tonight to suggest something that might be added to this if the council was willing to do so?
I believe we've done that in the past.
Okay. Because I have an idea that I would like to throw out to the council, and if they think it has any traction, perhaps we could look at it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's all right. You got things to do. It's a tough job over there. I've done it. So I was.
You want to throw something out?
Yeah, an idea that I've been thinking about is realizing that because of the nature of our setup with the fire department, we have 2 council members, yourself and myself, who sit on the fire board, and that represents a major part of our budget each year. But it has the advantage of being vetted by the fire board when we look at the fire board budget by you and I and the 2 council members from Belmont. And the thought occurred to me that we have a police department that also uses quite a bit of our resources. Understandably so. I'm not being critical when I say that, but it's a big part of our budget. And it occurred to me that what might be an idea is to have similar to what we have as a fire board, is to have a police board, if you will, of the other 3 council members who are not on the fire board.
I don't think three is a good number, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
Because there might be a Brown Act situation coming up.
Well, no, they would have meetings just like the fire board does, publicly held meetings with, agenda and everything. Okay. And the idea being that that board would have, a greater oversight, if you will. They could dig into the department a little bit better and look at its operations, make budget recommendations, and so forth. And so it would do two things. It might enhance our public safety, and the other is just a different approach to budgeting, which we're looking to improve, because it would give greater oversight to that department by the council. They could get involved in the budgeting process earlier and make some recommendations and look at things earlier than might be otherwise. So it's just something that I throw out as an idea that we might want to consider. I realize we couldn't take action on it now, but if we could add it perhaps to this, and I don't know how we would necessarily deal with that if we added it to this, who necessarily would look at it, by what date and so forth, but I just wanted to get that idea out.
Well, maybe what we can do is have staff look at some scenarios or something and come back to us with in a period of time, a short period of time, not too long a time, with some ideas, and then we could kick it around at a full agendized item. Would that be okay?
Sure, it'd be fine.
Great.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other comments on Mr. Maltby's report? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Sure, Mr. Royce, sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to update the other council that has not been involved, but we actually have created in the last, as part of the strategic planning, an ad hoc finance committee to address one of our major objectives is financial sustainability. Councilmember Ahmad and myself and Mike Galvin, the treasurer, met again a couple weeks ago. We will be reporting to council probably either the next meeting or the meeting thereafter. And we basically have a long list of things that we want to be able to work as an ad hoc committee. Some of it may actually play into what Matt is talking about for the police department, but budgeting process is definitely one of the topics we're going to be looking at, so you'll be hearing a lot more about that. The main point I do want to make is just close to say that we did review the objectives for financial sustainability. There are 6 items. The Finance Ad Hoc Committee is responsible for 4 of those, and we actually agree that we'll be able to attain those 4, basically agreeing with the objectives and what the timeline is for those 4 items.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Royce. All right. So do we have a motion to do this? Okay. Do I hear a motion to adopt the city's strategic plan and 6-month objectives? So moved. Do I hear a second?
And that will be with the item added that we discussed?
Well, I don't know that.
As I understand it, we can amend the strategic plan as we go along. It's a living, breathing item, so staff is going to get back to you to make recommendations or follow up on this particular item.
Okay.
We're not going to amend it right now.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost.
No, that's why I wanted to make sure staff had it. So I think it's just what we were presented this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded for this item. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
Okay. Do you hear roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes, thank you. Okay, move on to item 10B, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending the San Carlos Municipal Code, Chapter 2.24, eliminating the Senior Citizens Advisory Board and modifying meeting requirements for Park and Recreation Commission and Arts and Culture Commission.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Donna Jimpoli Dillard, Recreation Superintendent. And, excuse me. This item is in response to budget reductions that were made in June 2008. With the reduction of staffing, there were impacts noted that included looking at merging commissions. The San Carlos Parks and Recreation Department currently supports 4 council-appointed boards and commissions. And this would require council's vote to amend the current San Carlos Municipal Code to make the changes in meetings and merge 1 commission with Parks and Recreation. So basically, we originally looked at merging the 3 commissions into 1, and after talking with commission members and members of the public, the needs that we were looking at was how to use reduced staffing support for the commissions, but we also wanted to recognize the value of the volunteer expertise that comes to us from community members serving on the commissions. And those contributions are extremely valuable. And so a compromise was reached in which we looked at reducing the number of meetings that the code would require the Park and Rec Commission and the Arts and Culture Commission to meet each year, and merge the Senior Advisory Board into the Park and Rec Commission, moving one of their current council-appointed members to the Park and Rec Commission vacancy. And I'm glad to field any questions about that.
Questions for Donna?
I'm struggling with the understanding that if we eliminate the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, then ostensibly the Parks and Recreation Commission will deal with their items. Is that correct?
That's correct. The proposal is to transfer the council-appointed advisory board to a staff-appointed advisory committee, and that committee would then have a member that is seated on the Park and Rec Commission. So items for public input and for council and commission review would go through the Park and Rec Commission. But staff would still gain the valuable input from community members serving as an advisory capacity on the Senior Advisory Committee.
So that potentially could increase the agenda items that Parks and Rec deals with on an annual basis.
It could, but those items are appropriate for the Park and Rec Commission in any case, and often we have repeating agenda items on the different commissions. So this would be an opportunity to merge those items into one forum discussion.
Okay. I can discuss what I have in mind with the council, but you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Other questions of Donna? Sure. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, Donna, I actually like a lot of what I see here, the whole theme of reducing time and cost in Park and Rec. It seems like most of the recommendations I could go with. One question I do have, though, is of all the commissions just looking at within Park and Rec, there's another one out there called Youth Advisory. And so my question is, of course, we're getting rid of the Senior Advisory Group. The Youth Advisory, because it's not mentioned, will continue to meet every month, takes a lot of resources and so forth. So why wasn't Youth Advisory also looked at, and if not, should they be?
We had a Youth Advisory Council member here earlier, so wanted to see if he wanted to be part of the discussion. Originally, we looked at merging the three commissions, which was the Senior Advisory Board, Arts and Culture, and Parks and Recreation. We chose not to include the Youth Advisory Council in the merge discussion because we felt it would impact their voice in the community too much. So we wanted them to have their own forum to have their voice in the community.
But is there an impact to the senior group?
There's an impact to all groups, but because of the potential vulnerability and or the less experience that the youth may have, we felt it was important to maintain that forum of youth where they talked amongst themselves, come up with decisions, and then potentially move it to another commission. It's a mentoring opportunity, it's a leadership development opportunity, and we didn't want to impact that. I think certainly we could look at reducing perhaps the number of meetings that they have now that we're looking at reduction of meetings instead of just merging.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
That's a good point, thank you.
Mr. Ahmad, any questions or comments?
I guess as a general comment, I'm not happy with the proposals that we have on the table. This is a point in time where we actually need all brains on deck. I think I've expressed a general level of frustration that we've got a number of folks who, I mean, it's a wonderful thing that when we have vacancies on commissions, we have so many people who want to apply and participate. We're turning people away from participating, and to say that we're going to start shutting down some of these boards is incredibly frustrating to me. You know, as one thing, I can look at our Traffic and Circulation Commission. I don't know if they've met in the calendar year 2008.
They have.
They have?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
They just had a strategic planning
glad to hear it.
meeting.
I would, you know, I'm not going to vote for this. I would actually push back to staff to say I want to see a different plan that eliminating the senior citizens group or merging it in this way doesn't seem effective to me, and it doesn't seem that the voice is going to be heard. So I want to see some other plans, and if there's an opportunity to work with staff to come up with some other ideas, I'd like to do it, but I can't support this.
Okay. Any comments, questions?
Comments?
Sure.
If we're going to discuss it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are.
I'm kind of in line with Mr.
No, I have no speaker cards for this.
I'm somewhat in agreement with Mr. Ahmad, except I'm seeing it a little differently. And the reason I asked the question about the, just total agenda items that the Parks and Rec might have to deal with on an annual basis now might increase if we merge the two. And so I could see with eliminating the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, and it does sound like it will be dealt with, but just in a different way as far as how to manage things. But reducing the number of meetings for the Park and Rec, that part of it I don't support, because I'm seeing an increased workload, yet you're supposed to have fewer meetings. So I'd say do the merger, keep the meeting structure during the year the same, and that would be the extent of it.
Okay. Comments, Mr. Royce?
Sure. Yeah, I'd also, I may not want to recheck this, because, again, I like a lot of what I see, but I would like to take a couple steps back. I think our commissions are a very integral part of how we get things done in San Carlos. It's the community spirit, it's community involvement, and there's leaders out there that are incredible, that help us do things. I would like to look at all the commissions. I think the grouping that we have in planning development, you have planning, residential design review, and the economic development advisory. They're mostly business driven. They meet every month or twice a month because the business need is there. In public works, we have traffic and circulation. We've done some consolidations and savings already about 2 years ago. We consolidated the bicycle and traffic from 10 people down to 7. All the other commissions we have, including council, almost all except for EDAC, are 5. I would like to see traffic also go to a quarterly type of session and go from 7 to 5 like everybody else. Youth advisory, I would just like you to go back and ask youth advisory. I do think that our youth advisory needs to meet every month, but how can staff save time to where maybe there's a formal meeting every other month, the other meeting is a business session or something that's not a formal meeting, but they still meet, just to try to save staff time, so try to get creative with that. And so rather than rewrite our ordinances and all the paperwork for just Park and Rec, I would want to look at all of Park and Rec, including youth advisory. I want to look at traffic, and I'd like to just to consider, Al going through the planning area so that we're looking at the commissions, and what we're doing is something that's very consistent for all of City Hall, all of City Council, because this is only a piece. Also, just to address, I spent 9 years in arts and culture. We met not quarterly, but we met every other month, and then we took off on summer. So we met, I think, January, March, and May, and then September and November. So we met 5 times a month. One other option I would like to throw out, because I did it when I chaired Arts and Culture, Planning Commission, and RDIRC, having a quarterly meeting, I'm very willing to accept that, saving staff time, make them 4 good meetings. But I would like to add also 1 business planning meeting during the year. And with each of those groups, we have what's called a study session. You bring in customers, you bring in public, you brainstorm, you talk about goals, you actually think about what you've been doing, what works well, what doesn't work well, and it's a really good time without all these agenda items of work to get done to actually, get that enthusiasm, get that direction going for the commissions so they can make the most contribution they can to the city. So, again, you can see I agree with 80% of it. Let's just take 1 step back, look at the others. Let's look at 4 sessions with a study session. And with that, I would be pleased with that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a suggestion, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
The suggestion is, number one, we don't have our what should I call him? The other mayor.
Right, the other mayor.
The other mayor is not here, and he comes from this background.
Right.
I think Mr. Royce has made some good points. I do think we can look at this perhaps a little more globally than has been done in the staff report. And so perhaps if we table this item, send it back to staff, have them rework it a little bit, we might even get Mr. Ahmad on board and just table this and have it come out.
I agree with you. You read my mind with what I was going to do. I think we need the fifth member here. And the other point is, again, but make no mistake, the reason we're trying to do all this is economics.
Understood.
I mean, it's not a matter of participation. We appreciate, this is a great place, and we have wonderful participation. We want to keep it up. We want to keep the volunteerism up. But it's just a matter of having staff support. And this is just the tip of the iceberg for what we're going to face in the spring. So just having said that, do we need a motion to?
One more point.
No, okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to make one point. I've been very quiet this
I know you
evening.
have. And
very quiet.
I'm really appreciative of that.
But I think it's an important point because I want to send Donna and staff away with another thing to think about. One of the other things that takes time that's in the report is our staff's involvement with community events. There's art shows, there's concerts, there's tree lightings, and so forth. And I'll use summer concerts as an example. It's a very successful event, one of the most successful events we have. People would kill us if we took it away. But over the last few years, because it's so popular and there's so many people, the city's taken a much more active role in managing that. And that's great because it's a success. But on the other hand, it costs money. You have 2 supervisors there a night with their pay and their benefits, and they're there from 4 o'clock till 9 o'clock at night. It costs money to actually support these programs. And I would like to ask staff to go back and maybe not right away. Maybe we need to wait after the first of the year as a new parks and recreation director comes on board. We've done an incredible job with building the community in San Carlos. And now I want to kind of change that a little bit around to working with the community in tough economic times, just like these commissions with things like the concert series. We need to leverage off of our strongest resource in the city, which is you, the people of San Carlos. And we need to develop teams. Teams work well together. We have fun. But I think we could actually go in and do other events. There's a Halloween event, Eucalyptus. The city can't support it. They can't afford it. But maybe with a group of volunteers and a little bit of city help, we could make it a city function. We should be proud of it. So there are some things we do, some things we can do with community involvement. I think we could get through the tough times and still do a heck of a lot and retain, that community spirit with our city. So, okay. With that, Donnie, you understand what I'm saying there on that one? Great, thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to say through the chair that, I think we hear the council's direction, and we'll go back and look at both the commissions globally. Again, the focus here was because of through the budget cuts, as the Mayor Griselli indicated, that's the reason we only focused on that one. But I think some of the points that the council has raised, and Councilmember Royce in particular, about why IEC makes sense. I'd add to the council's discussion about special events. We have studied that twice as far as budget cuts, and an earlier council was not interested in that particular proposal and look at it. But I hear that this council appears to be. So we'll look at that. I think the one cautionary thing I would offer you, though, is when we did look at community events last time, turning them over to volunteers also would return them to a somewhat lower level in terms of their richness in some cases. So there are some trade-offs, but I think it's worth looking at.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, do I need a motion to table this? Or just, okay.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's just referred back to staff.
Okay, thank you. So that's so moved then. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. All right. New business 10C, consideration of the South Bayside Waste Management Authority, SBWMA, Board of Directors recommendation to enter into collection and franchise agreement with NorCal Waste Systems for solid waste and recycling collection services scheduled to begin in January 2011. Mr. Mora.
Thank you, Mr. Griselli. Brian Mora, Assistant City Manager. As council knows, this is the culmination of a very long process. SBWMA has been working on a competitive selection process for garbage and recycling collection for the last 5.5 years. And there was a formal resolution at SBWMA in 2005. In fact, it dates back to when I was chairing SBWMA, to look for the first time in the county's history at competitive procurement for garbage and recycling. So I'm glad that we've reached that moment. I'll make a couple of introductory comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to our consultant for a PowerPoint for you. As council will recall and mentioned in the staff report, in 2006 we came to the City Council and got your approval to participate in this process. And then in August of 2007, we gave you a detailed list of the components of the RFP, which you approved as one of the participating agencies in this process. As the staff reports notes, this RFP is a little bit different than the ones that you are familiar with at the city, because in this particular process, not only did the agencies, both the staff members and the elected officials, have an opportunity to comment on the draft RFP documents, but each of the potential bidders did as well. And also other participants from the community and also the Teamsters Union and several others gave us suggestions that we included in the RFP document that was ultimately released. That also included, by the way, comments on the rating and scoring dimensions, the points, and everything else. So it was a very, very open process, much more so than just about any RFP I could name. In November of 2007, after that very long and extensive process was completed, the RFPs were released. They are a series of 3-ring binders. We have those if you'd like to review them. There were 4 companies that proposed for collection service, and that's what's one of the 2 items before you tonight. There also were 7 companies, by the way, that proposed to operate the Shoreway facility. That has been shortlisted to 2 firms, and we'll bring that back to you in a couple of months. As you can see in the staff report, we list the 4 companies. There is one little tweak in this that we point out in page 2, and that is that 2 of the companies, Allied Waste, which is rated number 3 in the scoring, and Republic Systems, which is rated number 4 in the scoring, will be merging. The city has received a formal letter that as of January 1, 2009, the company will be known as Republic Services. So that's worth noting. Staff would note that all of the RFPs went through an extensive scoring process, which you'll hear about in a minute. Also, the public, elected officials, and city officials were invited in May to a half-hour presentation by each of the vendors. I will point out somewhat proudly that the only elected official in the county who attended all of the sessions was indeed our friend, the Vice Mayor, Bob Griselli. And I wish we had more elected officials who'd taken us up on that invitation, but Bob did sit through all of them, so he has quite a familiarity with the pros and cons of the various proposers tonight. We did give the City Council a couple weeks ago a DVD video of all those presentations, as well as a copy of the selection report, and also a copy of the City of San Mateo's review of the selection process. So they've had that for a couple of weeks. And in August, we sent out in our Today in San Carlos e-newsletter to 1,400-plus people an invitation to take a look at those videos and other materials on the rethinkwaste.org website. The staff report goes into some detail about the recommendations of SBWMA, which staff agrees with, to change the carrier effective January 1 of 2011 to NorCal Systems. As you can see on page 5, we have a rather extensive list of bulleted reasons. I won't go into all the details, but suffice it to say we're very excited at the staff level about the significantly improved level of service that this agreement is going to provide, both in terms of what's in the RFP and the additional bonuses that NorCal has offered. In particular, the 6-month recycling blitz would be very helpful in our community, given our work to try to get to 50%. You'll notice on page 7, we have a section called Additional Issues and Analysis. These are questions that were raised by the 2 of the 3 firms that did not get the recommendation, Best and Allied Waste. This is a compilation of issues and questions they raised last week before the city councils in San Mateo, Foster City, and Menlo Park. I watched all 3 of those sessions completely over the Internet, and so all of those issues are addressed in your attachment. And with that, let me make one other comment. 5 of the 12 agencies have now approved the recommendation to go to NorCal. If San Carlos acts tonight, that will be 6 or halfway through the process. But perhaps more significantly, the 5 agencies that have acted to date represent 62% of the waste stream in the SBWMA. San Carlos's share is around 8%, so if San Carlos were to act tonight, that would bring the total amount of waste committed after tonight's meeting to 70% of the total. So as you can see, we're moving along quite nicely through this process. So with that, let me turn to Rick Hutchison from R3 Consulting, who will walk you through the process. We also have Cliff Feldman from SBWMA. Both of these gentlemen have several decades of experience in this arena, and they are our technical experts and guides for tonight. So Rick, if you will.
Mayor and Council, good evening. I'm actually Richard Tagore Irwin. Rick Hutchinson is out on a family emergency this evening, so I'm sitting in for him tonight. I'm going to go ahead and... I think Brian has hit quite a few of the points here on the overview of the process, of the length of the time it's gone on, and the public involvement in the process all the way through where we are today, including, and is very notable on this RFP process, the draft RFP documents were issued or were sent out to the Holland community for them to comment on and provide input back into the finals before they were actually released. That typically does not happen. It was very unique here, and we think it's a very good idea. As part of that process, they all had opportunity to comment on the service requests, the contractual language, the evaluation and scoring process, the rate setting methodologies, all the way throughout. So they were really involved in that process very early on. In terms of the goals and objectives of the RFP, really they're multifold. Integrity and transparency was one of the goals that was laid out very early on to make sure that this process will stand up to scrutiny. There was a very public process. All documents, everything has been provided in a very public way. An example of that is the summaries of the proposals was published on the SBWMA website in June 24th of this year, well before the evaluation process was completed. Again, that's a very unique thing to provide information out to the public and get information back, a good way of doing it. Again, competition in the selection process, it was designed with a north-south split so we could try to get in additional companies, some smaller companies that would not necessarily be able to do it as the service area as a whole. So we split it out into north and south areas so they could bid on north, south, or combined. Industry standard contract terms, really modernizing the contract terms and requirements, customer service requirements all the way throughout. Most importantly, the cost-effective programs to ensure consistent, reliable, high-quality service, provide community benefits, and very importantly, a high level of diversion. This contract is a little bit different from what you have now. This is really what I would call a diversion-based contract. It's really a diversion-based contract. A lot of the emphasis is to get more diversion out of the waste stream, to lower what's going to landfill. A lot of the technical aspects of the contract are set up that way. In terms of the RFP itself, the scope of services, you're going to an automated collection, which is basically state-of-the-art now, to collect single-stream recyclables, garbage in one cart, including the single-stream program, household batteries, cell phone batteries, oil and oil filters, and organics. And organics will now include food waste. Twice annual bulky waste collection service, additional multifamily and commercial recycling, including organics in terms of as part of the commercial collection system as well. Additional services to the member agencies, the cities. More public education outreach to make sure that you have your residents and your businesses being able to participate in the recycling programs and all those programs that are offered to them. Very high customer service standards. With those customer service standards also comes what happens if the hauler does not meet the standards, liquidated damages, other issues, so to really keep their feet to the fire to make sure that they provide the high level of services that you're all requiring. And a very important thing, this new contract changes how you set your rates. The current contract is really a cost-plus contract. The new contract is a fixed fee that's adjusted over the years on national indices. It's a much simpler process, and I'll spend a few minutes on that one in just a second. In terms of this picture, it's really kind of what you'll be seeing in terms of typical residential households, an automated side-load truck, a 3-cart system, a 32-gallon, 64-gallon, and 96-gallon carts. That's typically what you'll be seeing out here. A bit on the rate adjustment. Again, currently have a cost-plus contract with Allied, and that requires you to do a very detailed review process by a third-party consultant. It costs you money to do that. It's a couple $100,000 to do that. You have a little bit of rate unpredictability because you just don't know what you're going to get. What's really important in the current contract is a cost-plus, meaning they are guaranteed a rate of return. So for every dollar they spend, they get $1.09 back. Great contract if you can get one. We'd like to have one. That just doesn't happen anymore. It is not an industry standard contract. What the industry has gone to is a fixed fee contract that's set up on indices that are special. They're written into the contract. It can only be adjusted predicated on what happens at a national industry level. So you can predict what's going to be occurring. It's a very consistent, it's a very simple process to go through. We estimate that it's going to save you a couple $100,000 a year. You will be able to actually predict into the future what your rates are going to be, 3%, 4%, 5%, with some degree of certainty, so you're not going to have wild fluctuations. Basically, what you can do with those is the costs that they've been provided in the proposals are the basis for moving forward. They cannot go back and change what they provided to us as the proposal. That is the base cost that they will work with. That will be allocated out to each individual member agency predicated on your service requirements, but that is the cost to move forward. For future years, what will be changed is once that cost is allocated to you, it will be changed on wages and benefits, workers' compensation, fuel, and other. All those are set against national publicized indices, and we've gone through these processes several times. And as opposed to a 6-month process, it's literally a day to go through the process and make the adjustments. It's a very simple process. I think you're going to find it's a lot easier for your staff, for SBWMA staff. And we've also found from the haulers, they like to do that process as well. It saves them a lot of time, trouble, and money, which is then not passed on to your customers. In terms of the evaluation process, it's really twofold. First, the evaluation team, which was the technical committee that did the technical evaluation of the proposals, made up of SBWMA staff, Kevin McCarthy, Cliff Feldman, Marshall Moran, who was helping with the rates and the numbers, but was not a voting member, myself, Rick Hutchinson from R3, and Tim Flanagan, who works for the Monterey Regional Waste Management Authority. One note on all of us, none of us have now or in the past worked for any of the vendors that are operating or that are proposed here. And that's just the way it is. Our company, ourselves, we do not work for any private companies. We only work for public agencies. Our role was to score them, to evaluate, score, ask questions. It was predicated on the original proposals, what they originally submitted, interviews, responses to a series of questions and answers that came back to the process, site visits. We conducted site visits, reference checks, litigation checks, financial checks as well. So that was our job, is to evaluate the technical side of the proposals and provide a report to the selection committee and work with the selection committee. The selection committee had 5 members of the SBWMA board, a member from Burlingame, San Mateo County, City of San Mateo, Redwood City, Menlo Park, and Foster City. They're involved in that process. They spent a lot of time on these. They actually read all the proposals, and the proposals are thick. There are a lot of documents to go through, and our hats off to them for sticking it out and reading through all those proposals. They had a lot of questions of us that we addressed throughout the meetings we had with them. So they reviewed each proposal, all the follow-up documentation. They asked us questions. They asked us to get more information, which we took back to them. And ultimately, they voted upon their recommendation, which was to go forward with NorCal. In terms of the selection committee recommendation, it's really twofold. The first is the issue of the north and south or combined district. And there is no service requirement changes or differences between the north and the south districts. So really it came down to a cost issue. And when we looked at them on a north and south district basis, it was more advantageous to keep it with one vendor than to split it out. It was just cheaper, frankly. Savings of upwards of about $5 million per year on the low end. So it was just cheaper to keep the north and south together and award a combined district, regardless of which vendor is awarded the contract. In terms of the recommendation, I think Brian's already mentioned, as it turned out, the rankings came out. NorCal ranked out number 1. Bayside Environmental Services Transfer, best known as BEST, ranked out number 2. Allied was 3rd, and Republic was 4th. And again, Brian mentioned that Allied and Republic are in the process of becoming one entity, so that's kind of a side note, but that's just where they stacked out. The recommendation along the evaluation criteria and the scoring. One note, again, in the RFP that was released, the evaluation criteria and the numerical value and weighting was issued as part of the RFP process. The evaluation team itself had no discretion on those numbers, the weighting. We had no say-so with how the weighting was laid out. So, example, the cost proposal is 33%. That's just the way the RFP was laid out. We had no ability to change any of those numbers, so we scored accordingly. The numbers were applied to the scoring on each criteria. If you look at them in terms of the company quals and experience, in this particular case, of all four of the companies, Best actually ranked out a little higher than the other three. On the technical proposal, NorCal ranked out the highest. On the cost proposal, NorCal ranked out the highest, even though they were not the lowest cost, and I'll get into that in a second, why. The number of materiality exceptions to the contract, Allied and NorCal took no exceptions. Best took 2, Republic took a lot of exceptions, and that's the scores reflect that. And then last, environmental enhancements, NorCal ranked out number 1, Best ranked out number 2. So the overall ranking from the scoring was NorCal first, Best second, Allied third, and Republic fourth. And it should be noted that the evaluation process took about 2,500 hours of staff's time and about 500 hours by the selection committee. They spent a lot of time on this, and a lot of time has been spent on this project. Probably more time will be spent over the next 6 months as the contracts are put in place as well. Okay. So why NorCal? Basically, what we all concluded that overall they provided the best response to questions, best interview, best follow-up, most thorough, the best combination of experience, technical ability, and commitment to diversion at a high level. Cost, the best cost in terms of value. They went the lowest cost, but they provided the best value for the pricing that they provided. And in the end, we just felt that NorCal is the best match for the communities here. When we go into some of the specifics on qualifications and experience, where they ranked that, we already mentioned what the points were, but basically we looked at key personnel, qualifications. NorCal, Best, and Republic all have very qualified staff, very, very well-qualified staff. Allied staff is fairly qualified, but they have a couple that were not as long a tooth as some of the top 3 firms. Management customer service, both NorCal and Best proposed some very innovative new programs that will help very proactively manage their operations, linking to the customer service, linking to your customers. They're very good systems. Republic's wasn't quite as good, and Allied's was about the same as Republic's. Jurisdiction satisfaction, past performance, basically references and what they've done elsewhere in the past. I think in the staff report, I think some questions have been raised on that, and if you'd like, I can spend a few minutes on it. If not, the staff report is okay. It's your I'll just real briefly on the references. Typically, in an RFP process like this, you ask for 5 municipal references. This one was not. They asked for, give us your experience elsewhere. So there wasn't a section that said, give us 5 references, we'll check them. What the vendors did is they gave us longer descriptions of services they provided elsewhere with a reference point we used. And of that, we had about 57. They provided all 4 of them, a total about 57. We put together basically a firewall because we didn't want to be checking the references ourselves or having SBWMA staff check it. We put one of our staff that has not been involved or was not involved in the evaluation process to check the references. They went through the list. We had a survey put together. They administered the survey. Not everybody that was listed in any of the vendors' proposals, not all of them responded to the surveys. Okay, so we got about 31 of the 57 did respond, 26 did not respond. And the way the process worked is we made a couple of calls, and after that you just said, okay, I've called twice, left messages, they aren't going to call back, go to the next, and go to the next, go to the next. So in Allied's case, they had listed 12, we got 8 responses. In Best's case, they listed 18, we got 10 responses. In NorCal's case, they listed 15, we got 8 responses. In Republic's case, they listed 12, we got 5 responses. Part of that also was they were asked, all the vendors were asked to list performance litigation issues that they've had elsewhere. All of them did, and frankly, they were fairly extensive because in this business, you're going to have problems. You're going to have a miscollection, you're going to have a hydraulic leak. All that shows up. Whether it's a $50 ding for liquidated damage, it's going to show up, and that was all reported to us. We didn't expect to see anything but that, and we did get that. One note, I think, was raised on the San Jose issues for NorCal. NorCal has had problems in the past in San Jose, and again, I can spend some time talking about that. It's happy to, but we understand that from the San Jose folks that they have not had issues with San Jose, with NorCal, and by the end of the contract term, they were pleased with the service there. From a technical standpoint, collection, Best and NorCal had different approaches on their collection on their daily routes. Actually, I should say NorCal and Allied had basically longer route days, 9 to 9.5 hours. Republic and Best had shorter route days, 8 hours. Both systems work. We found that the statistics they provided from all the companies, all of what they provide from a collection standpoint would work. Neither is better or worse than the other. They are just different. Just a different approach in how they're going to run their daily operations. Customer service, again, Best had a lot of staff in customer service. North Carolina Republic each had 16. That was more than the minimum. Allied only had 13, which I believe was either the minimum or maybe possibly one less than the minimum of what was required in the RFP. That's really the air calls and to take care of customer issues. Liquidated damages and preventative maintenances. Both NorCal and Best listed out some fairly good ways on what they're going to take in a proactive stance to avoid problems, to avoid having liquidated damages. Allied didn't really do much there, and NorCal didn't do anything at all. In terms of diversion ability, this is where we really saw NorCal and Best both rising a little higher than the other two companies, and NorCal particularly. They committed to additional diversion tonnages, 9,800 tons, what they committed to doing. None of the other vendors would commit to additional tonnages beyond the requirements in the RFP. That really did set them aside, apart from the other vendors in terms of their strong commitment to diversion, as well as the Recycling Blitz program to get that started for the multifamily and commercial. None of the other companies really matched their enthusiasm and commitment to a strong and high levels of diversion. Service transition of the vendors, NorCal provided the most detailed transition plans to the point where they had listed out transition plans by member agency. None of the other vendors listed it by member agency. We thought that was very important, that as you go forward with this, you'll know how it is going to be, the transition is going to be for you. Not that they all could do this, and they all can transition. They all did have experience in transitioning, but we just felt that NorCal had a little bit better game plan put together for how they're going to transition the services that you'll have. And a note on the transition, you will have a transition, and it's going to be a significant service transition from what you have now to what you're going to have. You're going to be automating. You're going to be putting out new carts. You're going to be putting out new billing systems. You're going to be putting out new customer service information systems. A lot of moving parts. And NorCal in their proposal demonstrated that they really had a good handle on that. Additional services offered but not required. Again, these were the freebies they threw out to sweeten the pot. NorCal had a fairly extensive list there, starting with their Recycling Blitz, which they estimated about a $700,000 value, of which they're not going to provide. They're going to provide that at no cost to you, as well as abandoned vehicles, compost giveaway, and a couple other things like that. Best was looking at buying the Hatcher property to be used in conjunction with the Shoreway facility and what else they could do to help out. Allied had just a couple of things that Truby were looking at you, and Republic didn't mention anything above the minimum requirements in the RFP. In terms of the cost proposal, NorCal provided the most detail on their costs so we could get to their numbers and understand what they were doing. Allied provided the lowest cost. And way that the cost evaluation was done is really a two-step process. One part of it was the competitiveness, which is the dollars. Who is the lowest priced? And in this particular case, Allied was the lowest priced, NorCal was second, Best was third, Republic was fourth. So there's points awarded just predicated on just the dollars. The other part of that was the reasonableness of their cost. Did we, as the evaluation committee, feel the cost they provided was reasonable? And in this particular case, this is what really separated or flipped NorCal and Allied around. One, because NorCal provided us enough detailed background of where their costs came from, we felt comfortable with it. Allied did not, and there's a couple of costs that Allied put in their proposal that just frankly didn't make a lot of sense to us. One of them was the transition cost. Where their startup cost, $317,000, was, we feel, unreasonable. It's too low to do all the startup and transition that's going to be required here. Where all the other vendors were in the millions of dollars in the transition, which seemed to be a more reasonable number for the level of effort it's going to take. That's just one example. And again, on the sheet here, you can see that the annual operating cost, Republic was very high at $61 million. Best at 49, Allied at 43, NorCal at 44. Collection capital cost, again, Best at 73 million, Republic at 61, NorCal at 56, and Allied at 52. So you really had two groupings of pricings on this. exceptions, and this is specific exceptions to the contract language. And they were allowed to take exceptions, but they also had to provide a rationale why the exception, why it was better to take the exception. So they had that ability. Both NorCal and Allied took no exceptions to the contract, meaning they're ready to sit down and sign the contract today. Obviously, you can negotiate specific things, but they took no exceptions. BEST had a couple of small exceptions: the indemnification challenges and the rate adjustment methodology related to wages. Republic had a lot of exceptions to the point where they were so extensive that at one point we considered just rejecting the proposal outright as being non-responsive. It would have been a lot of negotiations to go through any kind of a contract with Republic. One of their exceptions that they did take, which it turned out didn't apply, is they were required through the RFP process is to provide a separate cost for a separate facility if the districts are split between north and south. Republic's one of their exceptions they took was we will only operate out of the Shoreway facility. We will not put another facility in. That's sort of a no deal, a no starter for them. Environmental enhancements. NorCal indicated they use B40 biodiesel fuel with manufacturers' guarantees of that. Hybrid vehicles for supervisors, environmental compliance measurement, carbon footprint, and a few other things. BEST, highest percentage of biodiesel use available. It might be 40%, it might be 30%. They just said they would use the highest available at the time when the vehicles are out there. Hybrid vehicles for supervisors, and they would put in CNG vehicles at additional cost. Allied would use a B20 diesel, which is what they're using now. They would put in CNG vehicles at additional cost as well. Republic basically didn't put anything in for any environmental enhancements at all. The rate impact, Allied's 2000 rate application was a little over $42 million. The Allied and NorCal proposals would have the least percentage increase, 6.89% for Allied and 9.9% for NorCal. The table here kind of shows the application of the multiplication there of what that would be on a system-wide basis, and this is for collection. Okay, the cost for your community would be allocated back to you, predicated on your specific service standards, service needs, number of accounts, and so on. Again, what we did here is just for example purposes, we said if you went with the vendors and you applied those system-wide percentages to your rates, your rate right now would increase from $15.97 for a typical residential customer to with Allied $17.07, with NorCal $17.56, with BEST $19.81, and Republic $24.23. So there's a pretty wide range there. The increase over the current one, for example, for NorCal is $1.59. The differential between Allied and NorCal is an additional 49 cents for the NorCal. And we also wanted to put this together, just kind of show you where you stack up. Hilton, Thorncoff, and Hobson did a kind of a community-wide survey, I think last year, I believe, to take a look at rates on the top 50 percentile. And your 2008 rate, you're about 24% below, which is a good thing in this particular case, below the 50th percentile. With the 9.9% rate increase, you'd still be almost 17% below the 50% percentile. And the next steps are a decision, hopefully, from you folks this evening. Again, I think Brian really kind of hit that a couple of the member agencies have already started to move forward on this. They've directed their staff either through resolution or direction to move forward with negotiating a contract with NorCal. And if you move forward, that's about 70% of the total waste stream. About half the community is about 70% of the waste stream. So it's a pretty big chunk that's been bid off already. And again, I think the action that they're asking for tonight is just to direct staff to move forward with negotiations. It's not a contract award. The contract will be brought back to you with the specifics worked out, so you'll be able to see that again.
Okay. A lot of stuff here. I'm sure we have a lot of questions. I have a number of questions, and I've tried to follow this really diligently. So would anyone like to ask this gentleman or anybody else questions, either our staff or I know I see Kevin McCarthy out there, and he has somebody with him. Questions for these folks?
I have one question that's been bothering me that I'd just like to get out there right now. I'll have other questions later, but I'm really curious in terms of process why we took all these proposals from collectors and narrowed it down to one, and we're ready to move on that. But on the operation of the facility, we've narrowed it down to two, and we're willing to wait on that decision.
We're going to have Cliff from SBWMA comment on that.
Hello, Cliff Feldman, Recycling Programs Manager with the SBWMA. And just want to point out these are two very different procurement processes. One for collection services was a kind of a master RFP that we bring a recommendation forward to each individual member agency because you will in turn enter your own separate franchise agreement. For the facility, it's a little bit different. But to answer your question more directly, per the procurements, per the results that were provided and the selection committees concurred on, the best result for the collection was clearly to go with the one contractor. While it's not a low bid contract, the costs are a little higher than the low bid company in Allied, but by and large, the recommendation before you to select NorCal is the best alternative. On the facility side, the best alternative was to narrow the field down to two, which is not unheard of in a service type arrangement that also, once again, is not necessarily low bid. For the facility procurement, the cost component was 20% of the evaluation criteria. So what that selection committee concurred with per the evaluation team for the facility procurement was to narrow it down to two and get us the best deal possible between those two companies, to sit down, go through their numbers, go through their proposals to come at the best case scenario.
I got to ask you that one again. I'm sorry. If I could follow up, I'll follow on that. Maybe I'll ask it a different way. Maybe I'll get a different answer. NorCal was selected because you felt that was the best one. I understand that concept. But as he said, there's two left here. How are you going to discern between those two on the other side of it? Why wouldn't there have been two on this side? I'm confused also on why. When is the two becoming one, I guess?
It's my understanding.
Oh, we have more. Good. Sorry, I don't mean to put you guys on the spot. Don't mean to put you guys on the spot, but this is a big deal. So,
Mayor and council members, Hillary Gans, I'm with the SBWMA as well, and I was on the facility selection committee and worked for the SBWMA. And the reason that we narrowed it down to two versus one on the collection side is simple, really. We have 7 proposers on the facility side, as opposed to 4. The selection decision between the two shortlisted firms is actually going to be a very difficult decision because they were both ranked on a numerical basis, just as you saw here, identically. So it's a very tight decision, very tight field. And comparing 7 firms is quite difficult, so narrowing it down to 2 and then making a selection from there is...
But you will be making that selection eventually?
Yes.
Okay. I just thought I'd...
And there's one other question with it, and that has to do with the timing of the two. We're looking at the one now for collection, and we're going to be looking at the operators, the 2 operators that you have left. You're looking at that later. So I would be curious why that is.
As Cliff mentioned, the procurement process is different for the 2. In the collection, each city, each member agency will enter into a contract specifically with the service provider. Mm-hmm. In the facility selection, the SBWMA board will actually narrow it down and make the selection. The contract will be negotiated with the selected firm, and then that contract will come back to the member agencies for approval. So it's not a parallel process, not a parallel track. Another big part of the facility side is that the facility improvements, which we'll hear about later, are a big part of the overall selection process. And it's a complicated decision because we're talking about the bonding, we're talking about the design and architecture and operation of the site as they relate to the facility selection. And so that process is more married to the facility design and master plan discussion.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
The follow-up question is, the decision to go with one collector throughout the county and not do a north-south, I guess I can put this a number of ways. Have any other councils that have seen this, have they brought that up in terms of, where I'm coming from a little bit is, it feels like that part of the decision has been taken out of our hands. We can't decide as councils, yeah, we would like to have two, or we would like to have one. And as you said, even with NorCal, apparently they have a higher price, but you recommend them. There might be other issues here about north-south. For instance, I'll give you one. Trucks doing these routes have to go primarily, as they run from town to town, they have to go on 101. So how does that impact the 101? That could be an issue that we could have looked at, but I feel like it was just taken out of our hands, and we can't look at that issue. Perhaps we would want a north and a south in order to break up the trucks and how much they impact our highway. We're dealing with congestion management already with 101. So I don't know. Has it been brought up by any other councils? Or?
Through the chair, let me start, and then I think I'll let Cliff and Rick comment as well. When we started this process, as you know, we started it before SBWMA had an executive director, and I was actually on the selection committee for the executive director, and where the discussion of the north and south, and by the way, the line would have been the north is Belmont North and the south is San Carlos South, is we talked to a number of smaller companies who indicated they might want to bid on this RFP, but they thought that all 12 agencies was too big a bite to put it in an executive summary. And so we were convinced as a board by the fact that every candidate for that executive director job said, you guys ought to give the vendors an option. But as Rick and Cliff indicated earlier, when the numbers came back that every vendor who did in fact propose said it's going to be much more expensive, we basically said it doesn't look like the north and south issue cropped up in that it didn't discourage any of these four people from bidding, and B, that there's no financial advantage. And I'll turn to Rick and Cliff to see if you want to add anything to that discussion.
I would reiterate some of the comments that Brian made, and I think one of the real underlying factors to decide on going away from the separate districts wasn't the inequity that would have been inherent had we chosen different proposers for the different districts. And as you can see here, the cost for the North District and South District, there's some disparity in there amongst the different proposers. So if we were to go with, for example, the lowest or the second lowest bid, any configuration of two different companies would have resulted in a disparity from the North to the South District. And thereby is the inherent dilemma that we would face is how do you then allocate the costs equitably when it's one side is getting a much higher price for the same service than the other? Do you all share it? Is there a perceived inequity in a higher cost means a better service? So what it came down to really was what would be the most equitable way to allocate the costs amongst all the members. And in fact, by combining the two districts, we were able to reduce the cost by between $5 and $6 million overall across the service area. So there were a couple of factors that went into it, and the issue of equitability from the North and the South District was a major consideration.
I guess to, again, amplify on what Cliff just said, first of all, Councilmember Grocott made a comment about travel miles on 101. We should mention that all four of the vendors assume that whether you separate North and South or you do them together, all the material is still coming to Shoreway and San Carlos. So I'm not sure how much travel time would have been reduced. But one of the reasons I think that the vendors, particularly three of the four, had a significantly higher cost is if you had separate districts, it's highly likely that we would have ended up with two corporation yards, for example, rather than one. That is, in addition to the corporation yard at Shoreway and San Carlos, you might have, say, had a second North corporation yard at, say, Burlingame, and that, of course, is a multi-million-dollar cost. You would have had to buy the land, you would have had to set up a corporation yard, and as related to that point, for those of you who may have noticed, Belmont had recently a separate procurement, and one of the reasons they were apparently only able to get 2 of the 4 companies to bid is none of the other 2 companies apparently were unable to find land in Belmont to set up a corporation yard. So that was another big issue in this, do you combine them or do you not?
That's it for now.
Okay.
Got more later.
I understand. I got a lot too. Good for now. Sure you can. You can ask even 2.
Just one. So service is something that I really think is important because we're actually, I'll use the word, forcing our St. Carlos people to say, hey, you got to have the can, and the can is NorCal, and it's going to be $17, and you don't have a choice, which is fine because there's economies of scale. That's why we have a JPA, and it's consolidated. It's taking care of 12 cities, keeps costs down, there's standards, and all those other advantages. In service, when you go through the RFP, I paid a lot of attention to the number of people and the type of equipment and the quality and the management attitude, and all those kind of play into what kind of service people are going to get. Jumping ahead, when we have this in place, does the contract, it talked about, what was the penalty, the word they used? Liquidating damages, but can you talk more about, what kind of controlled, or what, as council, when things start going south and there's customer service issues, they go to NorCal, or do they go to, South, the SBWMA, and they come to San Carlos? How do we keep a lever to make sure customer service, because that's really what it gets down to us, keeping our rates down, but customer service is really the most important thing. So what...
I'm going to have Cliff address incentives and disincentives, but one of the things that the proposers have done in their proposals, which will help on your customer service issues, is the whole, they're putting in place a lot more technology in the vehicles. They're putting in place, NorCal, for example, has monitors in the vehicals that are, it's real-time GPS, and it is linked to the arm, it is linked to their customer service, and so they'll know when they're at that house.
So can I stop right there? I've seen all, and that's why I'm impressed. I mean, NorCal, I see a lot of all the attributes that service will be good. My question is, what happens when it's not good?
Where does the call go? What's the process?
Yeah, have we considered, when things start going south, how's that going to be handled?
Well, we have, contractually, there are 19 different categories of liquidated damages, which are basically monetary penalties that are assigned automatically without any discretion. And the categories range from fines of $50 for failure to provide. So if a business calls up and they want new service, within 7 days the company has to provide that service, or they can be fined.
So they get fined.
They get fined. There's 19 different categories. I'd be more than happy to share that with you.
Are there any financial incentives on the other end?
Right, I'll get to that in a second. So for the liquidated damages, which are not discretionary, these will be reported on monthly, quarterly, and annually, so we'll have a rolling count, and they go from $50 to $500 for spilled vehicle fluids, for example, hydraulic fluid or diesel fuel spills, zero tolerance. That's on the very punitive side of the contract. On another side of it, there's actually a section that you all will have at your discretion whether or not you want to include it in your contract, which is incentives and disincentives. On the incentive side, there are 3 performance measures that the contractor will potentially be awarded incentives. That's an overall diversion, the overall amount of recycling that's getting done, on phone calls, on the average speed of answer, how quickly they pick up the phone when somebody calls, and on missed pickup initial complaints. How many people are calling to call in a missed pickup? There's specific standards. That's incentive. On the disincentive side, as you can imagine, there's 11 performance measures that are included. These include diversion levels for different sectors, minimum diversion for the single-family sector and the commercial sector.
Don't go over all 11.
You don't need to go all of them.
Please.
And on and on.
Good. Okay, that's what I want to hear. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions. One of the pages here, future rate adjustment factors. That whole page. And I certainly don't know what CIU 20300A is, but that's okay. I'm trying to identify, this is supposedly a new contract in that there's no add-ons, there's no cost plus. But of course there has to be, and I appreciate there should be some adjustments for CPI. Okay? That's in there, correct? Okay. What about labor? I'm a little confused. I was told one thing I thought I heard on the phone from somebody, but this says something different. Let's say a new union contract expires in, I think, 2011 or 2010, so a new contract comes up. Is that in addition to the CPI? Does CPI take precedence over that? If it's more, in other words, how does that work in the labor side?
Sure. On the, can you get to the slide? Well, if you see the new collection, the adjustments are based on those three factors on the top. They'll be done annually.
Right.
They'll be based on the predetermined indices and the union contract, basically currently in place, and there'll be no adjustments on depreciation interest. So to answer your question on, specifically on the wages, from the way I understand it, is that at the time of the new contract,
right,
that those are the wages that will be put in place.
Okay.
At that time, because right now, it's my understanding that the current CBA expires on October 23rd. So, in theory, there will be a new labor agreement negotiated, and that new negotiated agreement, when it's put in place, those will be the new labor rates that are provided.
Okay.
If no new agreement is executed between now and then, NorCal and the union have a memorandum of understanding that NorCal will accept the existing agreement in place.
Okay.
So at the beginning of the contract, it's the exact agreement. Then it is based on this particular U.S. Department of Labor cost index for service-producing industries moving forward on an annual basis.
Right. But the contract may be for 5 years. Let's just say the labor contract.
Correct.
Okay, now we come into the end of the labor contract, we have a new labor contract. Okay? Now, will this, assuming this is a 10-year...
This is for the term of the agreement.
Right, 10 years. Well, then the new labor contract, the wages will go up, so the price will go up.
It's my understanding that this is our agreement with NorCal, and that if any other changes to the CBA occur, that's irrespective of the contract you have with the collection company. So, in essence, no. They cannot change. It's locked in for the life of the agreement.
So it's
annually adjusted.
It's a 10-year agreement.
Yes.
Let's say in 2 years we have a new labor contract. They get paid $2 an hour. I'm just going to pick a number. You're telling me that $2 an hour is never going to change, even if they get a new contract 5 years down the road?
In this example, the $2 an hour would be the fixed starting point. It would be adjusted on an annualized basis on that labor indices.
With CPI.
With a CPI type of
That's my point.
But the $2 is
what you're saying is in the 6th year, we have a new contract, and the guys get paid $2.20 an hour. Doesn't affect this contract.
Doesn't affect it.
So we're still working on the $2 and the CPI each time.
That's correct.
For the life of the contract.
For the life of the contract. Okay, I'm just asking because obviously because I was thinking it's an add-on, they'd be they'd be the new labor contract, then the CPI, but no, you're telling me no. It's just going to be, whatever it starts with, it's just going to be added CPI. So in 5 years, if the union gets $10 an hour more than they got, NorCal's got to pay it. Not our problem.
It's not your problem. That's really one of the pieces of philosophy in this contract.
Okay, I apologize.
To shift the risk.
It's counterintuitive, in a lot of ways, so I want to make sure. Wages and benefits, workers' comp, I understand there'll be a fuel adjustment. In addition to the CPI, I assume. And other costs, whatever they would be, Labor Bureau statistics, when you say other costs, are there 20 of those or 10 of those? Or
It's kind of a catch-all. And again, these are not additive. They will submit their dollars for wages, their dollars for workers' comp, their dollars for fuel, and it's only that, let's say that their fuel costs are $100,000. Mm-hmm. The adjustment for fuel is 2% for the year. It would be the 2% on the $100,000. That's it.
Okay.
So it's not 2 plus 2 plus 2 for the other factor. So each of those categories of costs they submitted as part of their annual rate review process.
Okay.
Just real quick, on the other cost category, include direct and indirect costs such as maintenance costs, supplies, services, office expense. Mm-hmm. So it's a more general category.
But is that CPI or is that an additional?
That's a CPI, the All Urban Consumers.
So in other words, in effect, what you have is every year they get an adjustment for CPI on their wages, they get an adjustment for fuel charge, and they get an adjustment for other costs.
And the workers' compensation.
And workers' compensation.
Correct.
So in effect, if all those total up to $10, they get 3% on all those $10 on that $10, in other or whatever it is, or whatever the percentages are. They could be different on each one.
And they will most likely be different on each one.
Okay, all right, but they're not. You know what I'm trying to get at. They're not added on, or
Yeah, they're not additive.
okay. Let's see, we skipped that. One more question, I believe. Getting back to the collection approach, you have apparently the bids were a little bit different in that NorCal put a 9-hour route in, it says here, and Best did an 8-hour route. Now, is there an industry standard, or, I mean, obviously, if you put an 8-hour route in, you're going to need more people, and that's obviously what happened here. Best put in, their labor costs were a lot higher because they had more people running an 8-hour, 9-hour versus the 9-hour. So can you just briefly explain the difference in that?
There is, the industry standard is they'll put out 8, 9, or 10 hours, depending upon what their own agreements with their labor union has and their own philosophy of their company. So there is no right or wrong way of doing it. Allied has taken one approach, Best has taken another approach, NorCal has taken another approach, and so on. Those approaches work for them, and they work for their operating companies that they have in contracts in other areas. So, and then any of those approaches, whether it's an 8 or a 9, will work. And also, it's really a planning level. On any given day, that driver in that truck is not going to be out there exactly 8 hours. He may be out there 7 hours and 30 minutes, or he may be out there 8 and 15.
Now, in the RFP, there was no requirement to go, you could bid a 10-hour day, a 14-hour day, a 2-hour day, whatever day you want, whatever you wanted to do.
That's basically correct through the chair, and I think that's one of the reasons there are differences. This RFP reminds me a little bit about how we did the wireless RFP, in that one and this one, we both said, here's the result we want. You guys are the experts. You tell us how you would get to that result, recognizing that the approaches would be different. And as Rick said, we had 4 different proposals and 4 different route hour approaches.
Okay. Apologize, but I have really spent a lot of time on this. And
quite all right.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, that's a new word, too. One of your other slides, it says NorCal is the only company to commit to specific additional diversion tonnage from the commercial sector. Now, in English, what does that mean?
What that meant in their proposal, they threw out that they will do the recycling blitz and really be aggressive about multifamily and commercial recycling to the tune of 9,800 tons. We asked them, will you commit, will you sign on the dotted line on that number? And the answer was yes. A couple of other companies said, yeah, we're going to get more diversion. We said, what's the tonnage, and will you commit to it? And they said, well, we're going to get more diversion, but we won't commit in writing.
So by them committing, then that falls under those deficiency, or if they don't get that, then they're penalized in a dollar amount?
Well, diversion standards.
The way the diversion standards will work will be at the end of the first year of the agreement. There's no specific, since this is above and beyond the actual scope committing to that, it's whether or not there's an actual dollar amount associated with it will be something that will come out during negotiations. But at this time, there's no specific penalty per se associated with that.
So in effect, I mean, why couldn't I say, let's say I was another company, I could just say I'm going to give you 20 tons and I'll sign up for it. Sounds great, but what's you can say anything. I don't understand why it's so great when you're just saying you're going to do it.
What we would suggest that you do when you negotiate your contract is those terms of the additional diversion will be part of your contract.
Okay, so
and they will be held
when it comes back to the city franchise agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where you put the muscle to it.
Yeah, and I guess through the chair, one of the observations I would make that the reason that was particularly attractive to the SBWMA agencies is if you look at the actual performance of the incumbent carrier, every year the commercial diversion has been falling. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons that San Carlos has had a hard time getting to the 50% AB 939 requirement. The area that in our numbers and in every agency in the SBWMA has been weak has been in commercial. So we found in the NorCal proposal their aggressive approach in the blitz and in this commitment was very attractive.
Well, I appreciate that they said it. I'm trying to understand what's the follow-through. Yeah. I mean, you can say anything, but
that's right. And I guess the answer is, liquidated damage.
Well, when we get there, we'll get to our agreement. And again, you mentioned the blitz and a no-cost permit and an estimated $210,000 in revenue. So they're committing to providing a guaranteed $210,000?
Yes.
For the first year, every year?
Throughout the contract term. So each year.
Actually, I believe that the blitz, that particular number is for the 6-month program leading up to the beginning of the new agreement. Okay. So that's a one-time
deal. Okay, I just thought I'd ask, because otherwise we'd write that in.
Where there is revenue back to you, as well as other member agencies, is the the resale value of the recyclables that they take to the facility.
Okay.
So more recyclables taken there.
Right, but they're guaranteeing 210 in the first 6 months, which will be split among we'll go to SWBMA, I guess, and, how will it go? Or will it be split proportionally to each city?
I would imagine it would be split, and similar to how the rates are allocated currently.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more, guys, sorry. On another page, you have NorCal provided the most detailed implementation plans, was the only company to include jurisdiction-specific schedules. What is jurisdiction-specific schedules?
They told you when they would have their rollout for San Carlos. November 1st or January 1st, depending upon if you wanted to do it pre or post the contract start date, and when they would put carts out and start the rollout of the new services.
But didn't the other ones also do that? Best said they roll it over 13...
Well, they said 13 weeks prior to starting back in August. They didn't say any specific city when they're going to be on in that specific block, so to speak, within that time frame.
I'm sorry, I'm thoroughly confused. It says here NorCal is going to roll out over an 8-week period. Best would roll it out over 13. Allied Republic 17. Isn't that jurisdiction specific?
No.
Okay.
That is a system-wide rollout.
Okay.
NorCal went the next step and said, we're going to do it within the system-wide rollout within the 8-week period. We're going to be in your city on November 1st for your rollout. We're going to be on the next city November 7th for the rollout.
Okay.
November 5th, and so on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think that just one specific to San Carlos, and maybe Mr. Moore can explain this last question. We apparently are raising our rates $2.66 for food scraps.
Correct.
It says here that this, according to Table C on page 6 in our report, that our rates might go up about $2.37.
That's correct.
So does that mean that we will be able to discount our rates 29 cents?
I think what it means is for people who are residential customers who have 32-ounce cans, their rates will actually go down when the new carrier takes effect and after the $65 million of shoreway improvements are done. And the reason for that, as I think we talked to the council about when you've talked about organics a couple times, is that because the organics enhancements that you're going to act on next month are amortized over a 2-year period and these enhancements are amortized over a 10-year period, the per subscriber cost is much lower here.
It's much higher. But the point is that it appears we're going to get, in our situation, if we put that 266 in, and again, the 237 is an estimate. We haven't written the French. It appears that our rates might actually go down.
That's correct.
A few pennies.
That's correct.
Because we're going to have raised them 2 years earlier.
That's absolutely correct.
All right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, sure, Mr. Grocott. Sorry I dominated that thing.
If I may, just a couple of follow-up questions. The page you were on that talked about how rates would go up and future rate adjustment factors, wages and benefits. So I had a question about the NorCal's 9-hour approach to routing. It seems to me, as you said, if you're on an 8-hour day, maybe you get that done in 6 hours and 45 minutes. You get to go home early. Maybe you have a bad day. You're out there for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Who knows? Rain, so forth. But if you're on a 9-hour approach and you have a bad day, maybe you're out there for 9.5, 10 hours. So if that happens, I have a question about, I understand the union is looking at limiting work week to 45 hours. So if you had a 45-hour limit, and then they keep going over that 45-hour limit because they're already at 9 hours a day, so 5 days a week, it's 45 hours. And anytime a guy's out there a little bit longer, I guess that's overtime. So NorCal comes back to us and says, look, our guys are out there on 9-hour routes, and especially in the wintertime when it's raining or because we have twisty roads or whatever, we're finding they're out there for 10 hours. The union's hitting us for 45-hour limit. We got to do something. Does that come into our future rate adjustment factor or not?
Well, I'll just stress the idea of the 45-hour limit. That was a rule that was brought up by another company that exacerbated some problems in San Jose. And we have no reason to believe that would be included in the CBA currently. It's not in the current CBA, and NorCal, in the current collective bargaining agreement with the union, it's not in the union contract currently, that 45-hour rule that you're referring to. And NorCal has a memorandum of understanding with the union to accept the existing agreement as it stands, which does not have the 45-hour rule.
Okay, so I guess what your answer to the question is that will not impact our future rate agreements.
It's our understanding that there is no rule like that currently, and we have no reason to believe that there will be a rule like that in the future. So the drivers would just be simply paid after their normal 40-hour week, their time and a half overtime.
And as well as the methodology, again, it goes back to differential between the current cost plus more labor cost. You pay for that plus the 9% profit margin. The proposed contract is the labor dollars are fixed from day one, in essence. They're not.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. If you will excuse me for interrupting. The one gentleman said we had no reason to believe. I don't care about reasons to believe. It could happen. And if it happens, that's my question. If it happens, I don't care about reason to believe. If it happens, does this future rate adjustment factor say, as you told Mr. Grisilli, it's just the indices. That's what we look at, and that's it. If you have something going on with your union, that's not our problem. We've agreed to these indices. That's it. You've got a problem with a 45-hour work week, that's too bad. I guess one question that would come up if we said that, though, it's too bad, what's going to happen to our quality of service? And I suppose that's a question that we'll have to
deal with.
Okay. And then another question I had on rollout and preparedness and so forth is I noticed, looking at some detailed information, that it amazed me looking at the figures, some of the actual figures of what was put into the proposal. The collection devices and so forth, and just looking at the top two candidates, if you will, NorCal and Best. There's a figure here: single-family organic materials, 96-gallon, which you showed in your picture. Number of units: NorCal 194,000 units, Best 108,000 units. In other words, containers. And I can go through this. I'm not going to, but there are all kinds of discrepancies in the numbers. Total drop boxes, I noticed: NorCal, none. Best, 404. The kitchen pails that we've been talking about: NorCal, 0. They had none. Best had 108,000 units for $651,000. That, to me, seems like a huge issue in the evaluation. I don't understand. We made such a great effort on the front side of the RFP to get everybody's input, talk to the companies that were going to be providing proposals, make sure they were on board, talking to the cities. Everything was done really nicely on the front side of this RFP. What about on the other side of the RFP? Was everybody given a chance to look at what everybody did and say, okay, yeah, we're all apples to apples? Because that was the intent, it seems to me, on the front side, was let's make this apples to apples, even to the point of saying to Allied, look, we know you're the incumbent, but we want all new equipment, all new everything, so that you have no, trying to dismantle their advantage to some extent as an incumbent, which seems to me, I appreciate that approach. That's reasonable, just to get everybody apples to apples. But on the other side of it, looking at these figures, I don't see apples to apples. I see different things.
I'll just address that real briefly. Regarding that, I don't have the exact forms in front of me, but I do recall a couple of specific items that you mentioned. One is the organics carts, and the discrepancy on organics carts for NorCal is because they included the kitchen pails that will go out, that'll go for a desktop organics recycling for each kitchen in their organics, in the overall organics carts. So it wasn't specifically brought out. And that's one thing we learned through the question and answer with the companies. In addition, on Allied's side, they didn't include the kitchen pails in their original proposal, and they were provided an opportunity to come back later and give us those costs, which is what they did. So we reconciled some of those discrepancies during the process. That's just one of the examples that I recall specifically.
So drop boxes?
On the drop boxes, NorCal has a little bit different approach as to how they're servicing and providing drop boxes, and it's our understanding that through the upfront Blitz program, they're providing a lot of the capital for those boxes as part of their initial rollout of the Blitz program.
I don't know what you said there, but.
So there was the dollars are involved in another line item or something?
Yes,
They didn't break it out?
Okay.
Okay.
They're part of the $700,000 Blitz cost.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I mean, as Mr. Grocott said, if you have 0 of boxes or 0 of pails, that's a whole different thing to have, 108,000 or something. And again, it all boils down to me, I don't know, I'm sure this is not going to be the last time I'm going to say it. What I'm looking for here is that what we see is what we get. And because this is the way, and again, I'm not jumping on you guys. I apologize if I was been curt or brusque with you. It's not that. It's just that because this isn't going to be a cost plus or the way we used to do a thing, then we have to be really sure that it's all just right there in front of us so that 2 years from now somebody comes and goes, darn it, the overtime's there, or gosh, we forgot to put the carts in, or gosh, we got this problem, or gosh, we got this problem, and you're going to have to help us now. And of course, you can't go anywhere else because, who else is going to bid now after you're 2 years into a contract? And I think that's all, at least, that all of us are thinking about. So, and I realize nobody can guarantee life forever, but the point is, hopefully, that's the due diligence that you folks did. So. All right, no more questions. Maybe we'll have some public comment. I've got a number of speakers. This is a very important issue. Normally, we allow 2 minutes, but I'm going to allow a little extra time, not much extra time, but we'll go over 2 minutes because this is overall with all our cities, it's like $750 million, and I think it's worth a little extra time. I know it's going to kick us past 10:30, but I think this is really important. I would hope to have the indulgence of my fellow council people, and we'll try to keep the comments reasonable. And please try not to repeat what the person in front of you said. I'll just call these names out as I got them, and if you could line up, I'll call a couple of names so that you can be ready to speak. The first person I have is Louise Della Maggiore, followed by Henry Duval-Saint. And again, if you can keep it to 2 minutes, that'd be great. I'll go a little bit over, and then you'll hear me.
Good evening, council members. My name is Louise Della Maggiore, and I live at 1323 Greenwood Avenue in San Carlos, and I've been a resident in San Carlos for 11 years, and prior to that, I lived in San Bruno for over 20 years before moving to San Carlos. I'm also a former employee of Allied Waste. I was hired by BFI in 1999. And one of the reasons that I joined the company was because of their management style, the philosophy, and they encouraged recycling. My position there was for large generator accounts in recycling. And I was familiar also with the way that they interacted with the communities, and that was very important to me. I left Allied Waste in 2005, and in 2003, there was a management change, and with that change, the management priorities and the interaction of the community changed also. And when I lived in San Bruno, my recycling and solid waste was serviced by San Bruno Garbage Company, which is a subsidiary of NorCal Waste Systems. San Bruno Garbage always provided excellent customer service, and they always had a remarkable partnership with the city, with the businesses, and the community at large. And since I've read about what NorCal is proposing for San Carlos, I'm very excited about it. And I know that what they're going to bring to our community is something that we'll all be very proud of. And I know that they'll implement the programs with a sincere and thorough process. So tonight I'm just here, as my voice is getting hoarse, I'm here just to urge you to vote for NorCal to come to San Carlos and be within our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Henry Duval-Saint, followed by John A. Coleman.
Good evening, city member. My name is Henry Duval-Saint.
Henry, could you move that microphone a little bit closer to you? Thank you so much.
My name is Henry Duval-Saint, and I've been a resident of San Mateo County for 40 years and lived in San Carlos for the last 34 years. I've worked for GT Linkert for about 14 years before the demise, and then from then I joined a global company for 13 years. With these positions, it had allowed me to travel extensively, not only within the United States, but also to Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and Canada. Needless to say that I've seen and witnessed areas and countries with no garbage disposal at all. Needless to say, no recycling. On the other hand, I've been to some developed countries, such as Switzerland, France, Sweden, UK, Singapore, and Japan, to name a few. And they are well equipped for handling their waste, and especially have progressive programs for recycling. They have made real commitment to ensure that saving the planet for the future generation will be great effort and commitment in recycling waste material. 2 years ago, while visiting a friend in Germany, I was fortunate enough to visit a recycling plant in Darmstadt. Germany has been in the forefront in making sure that the planet is safe, and they have forests all over around the cities to reduce their CO2. The recycling companies also have programs to educate the young generation on the need to commit to the theme of saving the planet. I would like to see the same commitment, application, and processes being used in these countries be expanded here in San Carlos. We call it the city of good living. Let us commit to the new proposed transfer station and recycling facility in San Carlos. Then, and only then, we can probably reuse material and recycle for cleaning up the environment for our future generations. The selection of local waste system of some material for such tasks is a positive move in the right direction. I'm confident that local commitment to recycling and their focus on customer service will be greatly appreciated by the business community and the residents in San Carlos. Looking at the staff report, in short, it states that they will have new recycling facilities, new cart for single-stream recycling, organic and waste service weekly, and new trucks. The above service, it is my hope that you will not hesitate or delay your staff recommendations in voting yes on the facility improvement and choice of local as a new service provider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. John A. Coleman. All right. Okay. Carl Minnie. Okay. Jennifer Ciccone. Okay. I should probably just say who wants to leave their timer. Mr. Pellegrini. Louis Pellegrini.
Good evening, Mayor Griselli and fellow council members. My name is Louis Pellegrini. I'm president of Bayside Environmental Services and Transfer Best. There's some very good questions asked here tonight, and I have some questions that I'd like to ask you that perhaps could be asked of the SBWMA. We asked for a release of public information of the proposals from the different vendors on this collection contract. In particular, cost proposal forms 1 through 9, operating statistics for core programs forms 10 through 27. And with those documents, we've been able to review what was proposed and the evaluation and scoring selection committee report of August 21st, which is a document I believe was in your packet. The RFP that we all signed off on and appreciated the effort that was put to have us put our 2 bits in on the process we felt was fair and equitable. Part of the RFP required under Section 2.4 that the evaluation of cost show a logical relationship between proposed cost and operating assumptions for the base core services. This was a requirement that was put out there that our proposals would be evaluated on. In theory, that should have reflected the points scores given to each of the proposers by the evaluation committee. And that's important to us because the cost part of this proposal represented 33% of the total score. Thus, came in 165 points below best on the cost proposal. And after reviewing this, we're asking these questions because the recommendation still has the original numbers of the proposals. And I'll try and point out a few facts here that I have questions about. It's not reflected in the recommendation report. It's not been reflected in the 5 or 6 council reports that we've seen presented since the SBWA has been going to council meetings. The RFP required under Section 5.5, subsection 4, general collection-related submittal requirements, new bins and carts and drop boxes. From the capital requirements form of the cost proposal forms, we've been able to drill down, and there's things been said tonight about 8-hour, 9-hour days and what we were obligated to bid on. On operating statistics 10 through 24 spelled out exactly how we were to bid. The number of FTEs, the number of route hours, and it calculated what the terminology is, number of full-time equivalent routes. And that's the data that's in your report from the selection committee. That's the data that I've had to do my analysis on to compare apples to apples. Under the capital requirements, as Councilman explained, there were some discrepancies. NorCal's proposal for single-family services alone reflected 82 FTE routes, but they only are going to purchase 73 trucks. And their cost per truck, their exact number, reflects a $2.4 million capital that isn't accounted for if they're going to have a truck for every route. Ask me how you do that. How did the evaluation committee reflect a reasonable relationship, proposed cost and operating statistics?
Mr. Pellegrini, I can see you're going to go on a while, and so I apologize for interrupting you, but we're trying to keep this down to a little over 3 minutes, and I think you're already over that. I know there's some other folks that are either with you or, it appears, want to speak on this. I'd like to give you another chance later on, perhaps, to speak a few more minutes, but I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. You've raised some questions here. I've got a couple of notes that I've taken, and I appreciate that we go through the cycle, and then maybe we'll get, if we have time, we'll give you another chance to speak. So, you can, Mr. Pacelli, certainly. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Pellegrini. Again, I apologize, but we're trying to make sure that we keep this on a fair and balanced thing.
Currently in the district, Allied operates hard-to-serve small vehicles. None of the proposers, Allied or NorCal, have these small trucks in their proposal now. How are they going to get these new big trucks down those small, narrow streets? Once again, that's a capital cost that's not identified. The cost for debris boxes, $834,000 of capital cost alone for 200 debris boxes that Allied's proposed. Capital cost for front-loader bins. Allied bid 10,500 front-loader bins. We bid 10,700 front-loader bins. NorCal only bid 9,000 front-loader bins. That's $559,000 of capital cost not identified in NorCal's bid. Both NorCal and Allied's labor costs and FTE count do not match in the report. They do not reflect the FTE count. Drivers to routes are almost a wash. In fact, Allied only has 84% of the drivers compared to the routes that they proposed. NorCal has 103% of the drivers to the routes proposed. Vacation and sick time, which is part of the bargaining agreement, an average of 4 weeks of vacation per driver, 12 days of sick leave per driver, represents a 12% relief pool that's required to get the job done. Neither NorCal or Allied's bids reflect that relief pool, which is a bargaining agreement requirement. The main part is these are questions I still have not seen answers that give me a comfort level as a proposer that we had a true evaluation of the proposal. We're not crying foul. We would like to see the documents that represent how this was treated, these costs, inequities in the different proposals, and our ranking might have changed. And we might have had a higher point score, which would have changed perhaps staff's recommendation and the selection committee's recommendation. All we're asking is for answers to some of these questions.
Mr. Pellegrini, I've taken some notes just to let you know. I haven't taken every single note of anything, but there'll be a couple of more questions we're going to be asking, I'm sure, after all the comments made to staff and to try to get these answers for you if we can tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next person I have speaking is Steve Jones, followed by Frank Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Weigel, give us time to me.
Sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Weigel, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Steve Jones. I'm the general manager of BEST, also the general manager of Garden City Sanitation in San Jose. I appreciate the position you're in. I appreciate the time that you're giving us. As a former waste board member, one of the ones that dealt with AB 939 for your city for 7 years, I was appointed by Governor Wilson. I was reappointed by Governor Davis. I've got a very intimate knowledge of what goes on in San Mateo County. And there are some issues that I think are very important that have been, every time we raise these issues, the staff presentation changes. One of them is hours. Louis talked about the FTE routes and the way they're set up. I will tell you right now, last week, Mr. Zarelli admitted that all their routes are 9 hours. We think they're 10-hour routes. But what that really equates to is a driver's going to have to pick up 976 houses, carts, a day. I picked up 156,000 every week, and that number would not work in most areas of San Jose, let alone this terrain. We sent our people out and drove almost every street in the SBWMA and graded them. That's why we came in with an 8-hour day, picking up 834 stops a day. The difference is the staff that works for us right now in San Jose is the same staff that worked for NorCal in San Jose. The exact same drivers. In our operation, we've only been hit with $750 in liquidated damages in the last 17 months. NorCal faced $10.8 million in liquidated damages. They settled for $109,000 liquidated damages because they weren't able to recycle. They weren't able to clean up stuff. I look at the references. I see that all of my partners' companies received extremely satisfactory ratings from their jurisdictions. NorCal can't say the same. Half of their commercial multifamily felt that it was an unsatisfactory program, and yet they're graded higher than us on recycling. I think that's an important note because the treatment of references would have borne out some of those facts had they been given to everybody. And I think they would have had an effect on every one of the categories. I've heard that them not checking San Jose, first time I was told it wouldn't have mattered. Second time I was told that they tried twice and nobody responded. I have an email here that I will give to the clerk for you from the Deputy Director of the City of San Jose and the head of the residential program that both said they were never contacted. They've been following this process and would have returned a call to R3. They know R3 because R3 was the same consultant that did the first, did the year that we took over in San Jose, and also was involved in 2000 when they worked for another company. So they're very aware of this. I'm glad that some issues were brought up about overtime and about things like that. If the unions go on strike and routes have to be added, which is what happened, they can go on strike. But in San Jose, they were 30% short on what they were supposed to put in, what they needed. They started with 56 routes. They ended up with 73. If there was a strike, costs are going to go up, and people are going to be asked to bear the brunt of that. In San Jose, when they took over, the residents of San Jose were told there wouldn't be rate increases. There were 21% in rate increases by 2004. They took over in 2002, by 2005, 21% rate increases. So I think it's fine to say one thing, but the reality is San Jose's reference check, should have happened, would have been critical to this. You could have checked us out, but you also would have checked them out. Now, the latest thing in the San Carlos agenda item is that staff felt that they checked 31 of the 56 references, so that was enough. People went to jail in San Jose. And I think it's important to the citizens to really get the whole picture of what's going on, what went on in that city, so it's not duplicated here. I think that's the important issue, is that you don't want the same result. And I think it's possible. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, for your comments?
Mr. Mayor, move to extend our meeting to 11 p.m.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. The next speaker I have is Mr. Gamble. Or is it Gamblin? Or Gamblin, I'm sorry, I apologize. And you've got three other people that said that they'd give up their time, so I don't know if I'm going to give you like 12 minutes, but I'll give you some time.
No, I won't take that long.
Good.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, good evening. My name is Donald Gamblin, and I'm responsible for infrastructure development for Allied's West Region, which includes San Mateo County, and by the way, I also lived next door for the past 19 years in Redwood City. Tonight I have the privilege of addressing you rather than Evan Boyd, who you're probably used to seeing, who's our general manager in San Mateo County, but he's out of town on personal matter this evening. Let me offer a couple corrections, though, quick. I did notice in the staff report earlier that they said Hillsborough had recommended NorCal or accepted that recommendation. That is not correct. I attended two Hillsborough City Council meetings on it, one tonight, in fact, and there has been no acceptance of the recommendation to negotiate with NorCal. In fact, the City of Hillsborough decided that it needed to go out for at least 3 public workshops where their community could come in and they could understand better what the services are that might be recommended to them through that proposal. Secondly, as far as Allied and Republic merger, I do need to say that that merger has not been consummated. In fact, it is projected to close in December, and as such, we are simply represented Allied Waste and have no association with the Republic in our bid. And so I did need to clear that up because there was some illusion that it might be a combination of sort presently, and that's not the case. I've been working closely with Evan through this whole RFP process, and it's an important matter for Allied, but I believe it's even more important for your constituents and ratepayers. Tonight you're being asked to make some pretty important decisions. And these decisions have a total price tag in tens of millions of dollars and are going to affect every ratepayer in this community. Allied's established presence and decades-long knowledge of this community places us in the best position to deliver lowest cost solution, which you did see in the RFP results, for the collection services required in the RFP, and indeed we offered it, $1.3 million a year in year one, and I'll get to the subsequent years after this. Yet not only was this low bid rejected by the SBWMA, we actually had points taken away from us precisely because of our lowest bid. As we've read the rationale for this and listened to several SBWMA presentations about the selection process, the past few weeks we continue to be troubled by their explanation that our bid lacked reasonableness. We have heard that we could not possibly do the job, one that we've been doing for many years, for the bid we made. We've been told that our fuel cost estimates were unreasonably low. Yet no one questioned if the other bids were unreasonably high. And this I will get back to because this is an important point for cost escalation. As the existing contractor, we have a firm grasp and understanding of our costs and know what it takes to provide service in this area. In fact, we feel the SBWMA has recognized this by using our projected 2008 expenses on a cost-plus contract as the baseline for which to compare all other bids. We believe there's no basis whatsoever for calling our bid unreasonable. This is especially difficult to understand in light of the fact that using precisely or a very similar RFP process, the SBWMA did choose the lowest bidders
or lowest bidder, for the contractor for the Shoreway facility operations. In that procurement process, in which we also participated, the lowest bidder's costs were some $3.6 million less than the second lowest bidder. With a cost, consider this, with a cost differential of almost 3 times larger as that in the collections process, not one question was raised about the reasonableness of that winning bid. Why the difference in explanation of the two contracts? Why wasn't a consistent approach used in these recommendations? I would suggest that the idea of reasonableness fails to apply to the entire process, and that this puts you in a position where you are being asked to approve a recommendation that will cost your constituents more than they need to pay. And by the way, we did a calculation of what NorCal's costs would run out for the 10 years versus Allied's. And interestingly enough, when you bid a higher fuel cost and you apply an index to a higher fuel cost to begin with, what you start to see is a gap widening between Allied's costs and what NorCal's projections would be. And so for the SBWMA service area, what you'll see is there will be a $25 million difference in costs over the 10-year contract period. That seems to be a significant amount. Mayor and honorable council members, I ask you to pursue all the costs and all the facts surrounding the cost before you make any decision. We appreciate your leadership on this issue, and you have our commitment to continue to provide your community with the highest level of service for the full duration of the existing contract and any extensions you might avail yourselves of. Thank you for your time and consideration and for the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak this evening on this item? Please come forward.
My name is Dan Day with NorCal Waste Systems. Mayor Griselli, members of the council. I just want to say we're available to respond to whatever questions you might have. The subject matter of San Jose seems to repeatedly come up. I'd like to submit for the record a letter addressed to me dated July of '07 in which we were thanked for our services to that community in the city of San Jose, an 87% satisfaction rating, which was one of the highest the Recycle Plus contract had ever received. They received it in 2005 and also in 2007. I'd like to also submit the executive summary. It is an internal document done by the city of San Jose, which indicates the 87% customer satisfaction rating that was achieved. Also, a memorandum of understanding that we have with the union. Our company is primarily Teamster, and we have a long-standing relationship with them. And I'm sure whatever collective bargaining agreement that Allied ends up negotiating, because they're currently in negotiations now, will simply flow forward. I think the key to remember here is the drivers aren't going to change. The customer service personnel primarily will not change. There'll just be more. The recycling coordinators, there'll just be more recycling coordinators. But the people who service this community are the same ones today that will be doing it in 2011. I originally came to this community in 1983 and worked for BFI for 17 years prior to Allied taking over. Warren Schaefer was the city manager then. We were building the transfer station that currently exists at Shoreway Road. In '89, we rolled out the tub system for your recycling. In '96, we rolled out the yard waste. Myself and my staff have 75 years experience in this community, in the SBWMA. We can do what we say we will do. The capital costs, that we have dedicated to this are firm, as well as the expenses. Whatever collective bargaining agreement gets negotiated 3 or 4 years down the road is ours. We are on the hook for it. Just to clarify that question. If you have any questions, be very glad to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Okay, is there anyone else? All right, seeing none. Do we need a motion to close the public hearing in this case, Mr. Lanzone? No, okay, fine. Gentlemen, any more questions? I'm sure I have a few, as usual, but open it up to you guys if you have anything. No? Okay. Mr. Grocott? No, of staff, there were some questions raised by Mr. Pellegrini and Mr. Jones, and I just had a few to add to it.
Are we going to get answers to these questions about routes?
Well, that's what I'm going to ask them, so
All right. Very well.
Well, I mean, if I skip any or I miss any, but go ahead, Mr. Royce. Well, I mean, they had the question on the routes and the trucks. In other words, there's more routes than trucks. I don't know if you guys know that off the top or if there's ways to get answers to this.
You referred to the comments made by Mr. Pellegrini?
Right, so the questions you had?
I didn't write down the specifics of what he's referring to, but I think in a general sense, the number of, well, I'm going to try to answer it, and Richard may have to help me out a little bit here.
Sure, that's fine.
But in a general sense, in the report submitted, the selection committee report to the SBWMA board on August 21st, there's a table in there that shows the FTE headcount and the full-time equivalent number of routes. It's table 13, page 25 of that report. If you could just flip to that table real quick.
Okay. Headcount, okay.
And if you look at that report,
Page 25. Under 10C, you guys have anything?
What does he have us turn?
It's
Page 25 of
table
31.
13.
Table 13. Okay? Shoot.
The total number of the head count is on the top line there, 122, 189.7, 152, 168, for example. Then you go down to the total route hours, it gives you a number in the hundreds of thousands, just below 300,000 across the board.
Okay.
I'm just pointing these out because I don't want to make a point. And then on the bottom, you have the total number of FTE routes. I believe Mr. Pellegrini's comment was, how can you have more routes than people, is what I believe the comment to be. And then there was something, a question about the relief pool and what was required, so forth. It's our understanding the way the routes shake out, because of the number of hours associated with the number of routes, when you do an analysis of these numbers, the important number to look at is the total annual route hours, because that is the basis of actually how many hours are on the street, what they can get done, and how many homes can get picked up on a per hour or a per day basis, irrespective of whether it's an 8-hour day, a 9-hour day, 9.5-hour day. It's the number of route hours. And that's the important number, because when you're looking at the productivity forms that were submitted, and there were 14 sets of forms submitted for the 12-member agencies, and then for two north and south areas of county pockets, there are different variations. For example, in Hillsborough, you need several more vehicles, several more routes than you do because of the long driveways and so forth, than you do in a denser area such as a Redwood City, for example, or in certain parts of San Carlos. The important number to look at is that route hours, and we feel that those projections are very reasonable and are very valid, and that's the more important thing to focus on from an overall systems perspective on whether or not they can get the job done.
Okay. How about the capital costs? There was questions raised on capital costs that supposedly didn't exist in some of these bids.
As I mentioned earlier, for the organics, there was a specific discrepancy we uncovered, and we reconciled it for two companies. I don't recall off the top of my head all the exact line items, but we did go through that very thoroughly because, as your advocates in this process, we too are very interested in making sure that what's in the base proposal is real, is reasonable. So we did go through all those, and we looked at the collection approach and the philosophy that the companies explained to us, and we thought there was an apples-to-apples comparison. Whether a company says they're going to provide 10,500 bins or 10,700 bins or 9,000 bins, they have a certain set of services. All of the companies were told how many accounts are out there and what the service levels are. If they can do it with a certain, now for example, you can't look at 10,000 bins and 9,000 bins as that differently, because if you have a business that needs an 8 cubic yard bin and they want it picked up once a week, well, that service could possibly be done with 2 4 cubic yard bins. So the overall capital is really up to the companies to propose what their approach is and what they need capital-wise to get the job done. So there are discrepancies.
Okay. Mr. Morrow, one question. Hillsborough?
Yes, Hillsborough is an interesting one. The same issue was raised in the Menlo Park Council meeting last week. The allied representative there also said that Hillsborough had not acted. I talked to Martha DeBry, who's the Public Works Director in Hillsborough, and she explained to me that while the other 4 city councils had passed a resolution, in Hillsborough the tradition apparently is to give direction to staff. So she said in Hillsborough, staff has received direction from the council to proceed with NorCal. And from the perspective in Hillsborough, that's a commitment.
Okay.
So it's not a resolution, it's direction from the council.
Cutting semantics, sir. Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, to get back to the routes and the trucks, the figure, since you didn't write it down, 83 routes, 76 trucks. In addition, I think there was a comment about the lack of small trucks to access. Speaking of Hillsborough, they've got hillside districts, and even here in San Carlos, we've got Devonshire Canyons included in our area of influence, and so in terms of this contract, Devonshire Canyons included. I don't think you can get garbage trucks all the way into all those areas. So the lack of small trucks, small pickup trucks in the NorCal agency's proposal, there's nothing in there for some of these small trucks, at least not to the level. The pup truck, 0, whereas all the other proposals had 4 trucks. And in terms of single-family organic materials, it's a huge difference. 194,000 units at $30 a unit, and everyone else is at about 100,000 at $54 a unit. So, I'm looking at discrepancies like that. And my point is this, and the reason I don't necessarily want to get into all these numbers, and in fact, the recommendation I'm going to make to my council tonight is, it seems to me the RFP process was very thorough, very open, very good on the front side. Where I see it lacking, based on going to some other council meetings and watching what the presentations that were done by the various proposers and so forth, is there seems to be this, once all the information was brought in, and then it's, the selection was made, it was like, okay, we made the selection, we're not telling you exactly how. One of the companies, I think, had to do a Public Freedom of Information Act to get the information. Instead of saying to the companies, okay, here's the proposals, this is what you guys gave us, this is not a bid, so there's no problem with showing everybody how it was done, what the evaluation process was, and being very open about it so they can say, okay, yeah, this is apples to apples. Or, you know what, we see a problem with this guy's thing, he didn't get this, we did. And then some discourse. You've provided some of that tonight because you said, well, the reason there was no kitchen pails is because they actually had it included in one of their other pieces of equipment. Okay, fine. That's what I'm hearing. And I want to be sure that apples to apples on the front end, that's what we were looking for, apples to apples on the back end. Because we have to make a decision that we're going to get and pay for what we expect, what you put an RFP out for, and that, everything's clear and clean. And the other thing that I want to be sure that does not happen is that somebody comes back later, if we, agree to NorCal, then NorCal doesn't come back later and say, well, there were some things that weren't clear, and that's why we didn't have that, and so now you're going to have to, we're making a claim that you have to pay for this. Because when I read about what happened in San Jose, it's 21% increase, that's partly, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that's how I see part of what happened there is there was this misunderstanding on how many routes it would take and so forth. And bottom line, all I know is that the ratepayers had a 21% increase, and I don't want to be responsible for that happening in our town. So those are my concerns, quite frankly.
What assurance, and again, I put you guys on the spot and somewhat unfairly, and you could say possibly, but what assurance, and I'm not speaking of NorCal or any of Company A, Company B, Company C, gaming the system. In other words, you come in with a bid, and let's say there's no pup trucks or whatever, and you're going to need smaller trucks, or you're going to have to figure it out. But they're figuring, all right, we're going to have trouble doing that, but if we have a bunch of complaints, no problem, because we're going to pay less for those complaints than putting out the dollars to provide the upfront thing. I mean, I'm not casting any aspersions on anybody. I mean, it could come in any of the 4 bids. But is there a way to game this thing, or do we have to put so many things at the back end when we do our franchise agreement to make this thing so damn expensive that if they screw up, they're going to pay through the nose? You see where I'm going here? I mean, again, this could be any contract, not just garbage. It could be any contract for anything.
Yeah, I think that's, these concerns are very much legitimate, and I think that's why we had a very comprehensive RFP, and I appreciate Mr. Grocot's comments. And the collection agreement, the contract that went with the RFP, is very comprehensive. And like I said, it has 19 categories of liquidated damages, 11 categories of performance disincentives. So
are there dollar amounts with those?
Those are yes, those are monetary penalties.
Okay, but there are dollar amounts already, so we can't change when we get our franchise agreement?
On the performance incentives, disincentives, that's something you can sit down and negotiate.
Okay.
On the collection agreement, that was accepted by the company. They took no exceptions to the agreement. So that is.
So I can see, but you see where I'm going here? If it costs $100 for a penalty, but if they provided this equipment up front knowing that they're not going to, or, if they had to buy it, it would cost them $200, well, we'll play the $100. What the heck? We'll pay the $100, but it'll be fine. Excuse me. Yes.
The only time you need a contract is when things go wrong.
Sure.
So, I think you have to have some faith in the fact that you would negotiate a contract that's enforceable, not just enforceable with fines. The fines would go for things like you miss a collection. The contract and the negotiation has to have things in it such as you're going to provide X number of trucks, you're going to provide X number of employees. That's a breach of contract. That's much different. You're not going to get liquidated damages for that. You can have a breach of contract. There are pages in that draft agreement on how you deal with a breach of contract. Okay. So some of it goes to that, and I think, whoever we negotiate a contract with, the contract has to be a good contract and do the things you want it to do.
Yeah, let me amplify on that a bit. First of all, I wanted to say that, and I think I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, part of the dilemma that we've had with the incumbent carrier is because we have not been out to bid in this county, we have a very old agreement. It's not modern. It doesn't have, as Mr. Feldman has told you a couple times here, the amount of enforcement, incentive, disincentive, liquidated damages that it should. Several years ago, when I was chairing SBWMA, we started a process of annual performance hearings because of the problems that we were having with the incumbent. At the time, I was lobbied by Allied not to do that as the chair, saying you don't have to do that. And I said, yes, I do, because you guys aren't performing. Council will probably recall at your last meeting, we had in your C&D report an attachment from the State of California's Waste Board, a rather extraordinary memo, I thought. And what it said was that if for some reason San Carlos or the SBWMA renews with Allied, that you should add additional penalties into your agreement because of this company's continued violation of state law as it relates to garbage and recycling. Now, that's a pretty damning comment coming from the State Waste Board. But I think what it says is that, clearly when we go to this new agreement, putting aside for the moment which company is selected, we're going to be in a much better position to guarantee performance because we're going to have all of the liquidated damages, incentives, and disincentives, the tools that we just don't have today.
So I understand that, and I think because, at least in my mind, perhaps in some of the other people up here, it's because of the problems perhaps we've had in the past, we're all a little gun-shy going, okay, we had it before, we don't want it again, and that's why we're asking at least why I'm asking some of these questions. So again, you guys happen to be standing here, and again, in the line of fire, but that's really what I think the tenor of it is that, like Mr. Grocott said, we don't want to have to go through all this stuff, or have to go through this increase where did this increase come from? And that's why I was quoting on, some of the other stuff. So anyway, other questions of people?
None of these five.
Okay,
gentlemen.
well, let's discuss among ourselves then what we're going to do here, or whether we have motions or what we're going to do.
I'll jump at that right now.
Okay.
Because as I said to these gentlemen, one of the things I'm watching and I'm aware of, I had heard about a letter that Mr. Gordon's office had.
Excuse me, I apologize.
Yes.
Mr. Grocott, could we make another motion, please? Or would someone make a motion to go past 11 o'clock, because we are going to go past 11 o'clock?
So, Mr. Mayor, move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Good. Do we have a second? 11:30. Well, we got two more items. We got to finish this one. And the next
Second
one.
that.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Sorry. Lots of money here.
Yeah. But as I was saying, Rich Gordon's office put out a letter saying that they intend to hold a meeting at the county level to look at all these things. And I guess it was originally scheduled for this Thursday. I've heard that that may not happen because Mark Church would like to be there and he is out of town. I would sure like to know what the county's thinking. I would like to even attend the meeting if possible. And they're looking at the whole thing. They're looking at the bond issuance for the facility. They're looking at the carrier. I wish I had that letter. Mr. Moore actually managed to...
I brought a copy of it, and actually, I did talk to Mr. Church's office today to find out if there was any sort of staff report or attachment. It went to all the council members, I guess, last week, and so far there's no attachment other than there's going to be this meeting.
Right, so they're going to discuss the recommendation following request for proposal for garbage collection, capital improvements project, materials recovery, so forth and so on. So we all got the letter. Okay, I don't know how we all got the letter. I didn't see it until I asked for it today. But anyways, I'm uncomfortable making a move until this takes place. I would like to know more.
Right.
So,
other comments?
So if I could just pass some information on that, because I had the same kind of question. Why Board of Supervisors? Of course, the county is a customer here. We in San Carlos, we were just talking about the collection part. I believe we're 8%. I think was Brian said in his presentation. We had the two big players, San Mateo and Redwood City, which probably make up about half, plus or minus 5 points, have approved this to NorCal. County is less than half of San Carlos. So I know they're welcome to get involved and have some participation in the program, but they are less than 4% of the total volume of just this one item here.
Yeah.
I know. I also know, which is valid, they do want to talk about some ideas on the capitalization cost, which is the next agenda item, and I think that's fair. But from a collection point of view, they're a pretty small player. Even though they have a name like Rich Gordon and Jerry Hill, they're a very small player in this role. So just trying to damper a little bit of waiting for Rich Gordon to speak.
But I would also...
He's not a strong player here.
Yeah, I understand, but I also just put it in context of, I had a list here. I guess Hillsborough has approved, but, we've got Belmont, Burlingame, Atherton, and the County of San Mateo. Still have not... And I don't know what the rush is. I mean, we're talking about a contract that's, January 2011 is going to actually take place?
I think as we mentioned before, it's been a long process, and if we want the service to start on January 2011, we need to start the process of issuing the bonds, rebuilding the recyclers so single stream as possible, and we also need to give, assuming there is a new carrier, time to buy the new trucks, to buy the rolled carts, et cetera. So there is roughly 12 to 18 months of transition time here. So I understand the observation that there might not be a hurry. On the other hand, if you start backing up from January of 2011, you're starting to get close. I guess the other comment I would make about the county, as Mr. Royce suggests, they are one of the 12, and certainly, I watched 3 of the processes last week on the Internet myself, so obviously council can choose if you wish to continue the item and watch some more cities go through this. My observation after watching 3 last week was the questions that we heard tonight were basically the same ones we heard in the other 3 cities. And in fact, if you looked at our staff report, you'll see that almost every issue that was raised tonight was included in the staff report. I'd also mention in terms of the county, and in particular the county staff, what we've heard from the county staff is one of the reasons they're waiting is because their service area, which, as Mr. Royce points out, is roughly 3.6% of the total, is primarily the unincorporated areas. So what they're waiting to see is, of the cities that have unincorporated territory, which carrier are they picking? And at this point, they're waiting for 2 more cities. They're waiting for us, and they're waiting for Belmont. And what I was told by the county staff last week was, once you and Belmont pick somebody, we'll make a recommendation. Now, obviously, just as tonight, staff makes a recommendation, the board may or may not act, and you may or may not act. And I would request, both on this item and the next item, that if the council is inclined to continue it, we would like at the staff level to get direction from you in terms of what additional information you'd like beyond what we've provided to date, what specific questions you have so we can prepare this for future meetings. Because, as you might guess, I've got thousands of pages of material on this topic, and I could overwhelm you and dazzle you with it. But I'm trying to keep this as focused as possible so you don't get overwhelmed.
Mr. Amon, any comments?
Mr. Mayor, just what I've had some dialogue with folks from the county, and what I've understood the big pushback has not been so much the collection agreement as much as it's been the bonds. So I don't know that that's a position. In terms of the urgency of trying to get this thing done, just kind of recognizing the rate of government. I think downhill in a hurricane, this is going to take a while to get done. So it makes sense to move forward. I bundled up with a bunch of NyQuil and some chicken soup and went through all the proposals. Watched all of the folks make their presentations. Overall, I would say this, that they were good, solid presentations. I appreciated all the enthusiasm that came forward. The folks that I've had interactions with from the collection groups have always been courteous, professional, and good, solid folks. With all those things in place, I didn't see anything that would make me or compel me to overturn the decision that is being put forward by the selection committee. I realize there's roughly $50 million a year on the line, and I would expect any company to fight hard for it. So I appreciate and acknowledge that there's still good questions that need to be asked, but at this point, I'm willing to move forward with the recommendation.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to hear a motion or any other comments that we have.
Yeah, just a quick comment here. I've been on council about a year now. Even before I was on council, a gentleman by the name of Kevin McCarthy came up and said, "Hey, I hear you're going to be on council. I'm the trash guy. What do you want to know?" I said, I want data. He sent me a ton of data, and he said he'd also like to set up some time to talk, and that was the beginning of kind of jumping in and understanding the complexity and the involvement and everything else that goes along with the collection and the recycling and the running of the center. Since that time, I've attended meetings of the SBWMA. I've attended presentations that involve this right here. I was at the San Mateo City where the SBWA and their committee made that presentation. I guess when I think about a JPA and how this organization works, I mean, we're not in the city of San Carlos in the business. We've elected 25 years ago to create an organization that I'm quite proud of, the leadership, the membership, and what we've done to provide great service, what they provide, I won't take credit, what they provided to provide that organization and great service, and they're the experts in keeping our costs down. And they're proceeding now with a bid or an RFP, and I have a lot of faith in that group. I have a lot of faith in what I've seen in all the documentation. I spend a lot of time looking through documentation like this. I like the analytical stuff, and I'm very much in into supporting the JPA and their recommendation to move, and let's get going with recycling. And what I see here with especially a couple of the vendors, especially the one we picked, the other one being Best, being very aggressive, very creative, very intuitive on what we could do to be recyclers. I mean, I would like to see at the end of this 10-year term, we don't have garbage. We only recycle. And I think we have the right people in place and the right technology and the right attitude in this city and this JPA to make that happen. So I'd like to get going with it tonight.
Okay, so do I hear a motion?
Yes.
I was going to say, is there...
You got it there.
It's a resolution?
There's a lot of paper here.
Are we approving the resolution?
Yeah, we move the resolution if you'd like to move ahead.
Oh, I hear a motion. First, I'll hear a motion.
It was a separate memo from staff because it didn't make it into the your official packet.
Yeah. This thing here?
Yeah, okay, I got it.
I think Councilmember Royce has it.
Okay, I'd like to make a resolution number 2008.
65.
Resolution approving the recommendation of South Bay Waste Management Authority, SWMA, to select NorCal Waste Systems of San Mateo County for both the North and South Districts combined proposal, and to authorize the South Bay Waste Management Authority and the city staff to negotiate a franchise agreement for solid waste, recyclable material, and organic material collection services.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. All right, that's C. Do we need any other motions on 10C, Mr. Lanzone? Okay. Move on to D.
Okay, Mayor and members of council, item 10D is a discussion of approving, authorizing, and directing the issuance of revenue obligation bonds by the SBWMA for the purpose of reconstructing the Shoreway Environmental Center. There's a couple key issues here. First of all, as you know, notice in the staff report, because this facility is located in San Carlos, the paperwork and resolution you'll adopt tonight is a little different than the other communities. The SBWMA will need your assent to move ahead with this. Second of all, as you probably know because you've seen this presentation of this facility by Mr. McCarthy several months ago, you've had some exposure to the project. This particular facility, the Material Recovery Facility, or the MRF as it's called, is in a building that used to be used for taking care of the laundry of hospital linen. It was never built for the purpose intended. And that's of significance, I think, tonight, both to the SBWMA, but particularly to the city of San Carlos, because that building is not in the best of shape, I guess would be the polite way of saying it. In fact, during the Loma Prieta earthquake, that's the first building we closed that night. And so staff has had some concern as this process started about putting multiple millions of dollars of new equipment into that very old building. So when the SBWMA and their architect and consultant began working on this proposal and suggesting that the best approach would be to take the building down and also to take the foundation down, because there were questions about whether or not that facility could had enough weight bearing to support the single stream equipment, we were enthusiastic supporters because we have some of the same questions. Council is familiar, for example, with both the Palo Alto Medical Site and also the city's surplus property at Holly and Industrial. Both of those sites have soils reports that suggest that to properly build a building on that site, you need to put in piers. The current building is not on piers, so staff has some concerns there. There's also some interesting issues from the San Carlos perspective that are, again, somewhat unique that I wanted to highlight. There's poor traffic circulation on that site, which results in traffic backing up on Shoreway Road. And so we do get, on a somewhat regular basis, complaints from members of the public, both in San Carlos and throughout the SBWMA, about traffic backups. Part of the design of this facility, and you'll hear in a moment from SBWMA staff, is designed to fix that traffic problem. And I think obviously that's also of high interest to people in San Carlos. And then finally, as you probably know in this proposal, and I think it's more of a coincidence than anything else, the SBWMA and their architects have proposed that this become a LEED Silver building. So now we have in one council meeting both, not one, but 2 LEED Silver projects in our community. Staff thinks this is very significant because the green building standards that we've seen in other communities in San Mateo County suggest that all government buildings going forward be LEED Silver. St. Carlos has not yet adopted such a policy. However, the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee of GPAC is in fact considering such a recommendation for you for consideration in January. So you may indeed get that. There's also discussion at the state level about implementing such a requirement. So in some respects, this proposal is very visionary and forward-looking from the SBWMA, and they are considering making this a LEED Silver building even before it is required. So those are some of the highlights. What I'd like to do now is introduce Hillary Gans from SBWMA staff. He'll take you through the project and also through the discussion of the bonds.
Our time thing, we want to be out of here by 11:30, so I'm sure it'll be a very succinct, to the point presentation.
I recognize the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gans.
Given this presentation before, hopefully it can be quick. What I want to do present to you the goals of the project, talk about the features specifically that we're proposing, the costs, which I think are of great concern, and a plan of finance for those bond costs. Kim Katahara from Bank of America will also present any bond questions and also a couple slides in this presentation. If I can work
Just hit the arrow at the top. It's the PowerPoint, or it says Acrobat. No, go over to where it says 1 of 20. Do it.
Need a little help.
Over here.
Got it. Okay. So one of the motivating forces behind the collection programs as well as the facility improvements is to get the 50%. As was mentioned, there are many communities, some communities in the SBWMA jurisdiction that are not yet meeting the state minimum standard of 50%. Single-stream recycling, some of the advances in the collection will hopefully get all the communities, member agencies over 50% and beyond. Obviously, there are collection programs that are going to be rolled out in 2011 based on getting 2/3 majority approval, and the facility improvements are presupposed in the collection services that are offered. Single-stream, for example, requires a facility that's equipped to process single-stream materials. Obviously, we're in this process to achieve good rates and deliver good service. That's the goal of the SBWMA, and the facility construction is no different. And there are environmental concerns and enhancements that we hope to deliver through this project. Finding the arrow might be the hardest part of the presentation. So this is an image of the carts that hopefully all the member agencies will receive. The goals of the program, again, through the collection are to modernize the collection programs. Most Bay Area communities have single-stream recycling, for example, and weekly collection. I thought I knew how to operate this.
Tell you what, if we're going to go this, you're going to have to stand there because I'm already losing it.
Is that it? Okay. So goals of single stream and the facility improvements through the weekly collection, through the offering of single stream collection, we're going to get more material. That's the goal of the collection programs. The facility has to be equipped to handle those increased volumes, expecting 30,000 additional tons of green waste from weekly collection, the switch from biweekly to weekly, and roughly 20,000 additional tons in single-stream materials. That's good news. Single-stream material, if it goes in the garbage, we pay to get rid of it. If it comes into the facility for recycling, we get revenue from it. Transfer station expansion. We obviously are adding more organics programs, but we also are interested in diverting more.
Mr. Gans, we're just not going to be able to read all this stuff, so if you got about 3 or 4 of these slides that are really, really important, let's just
okay. Let's
go. Because we've read the material in our staff report, and and we're just...
Page down, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize, but we're pretty
I
quick on it.
understand.
We don't need to see what it looks like.
And you don't
We
need
know
to
what it
see the
looks
maps
like.
because you've seen a lot of those before.
Yeah.
So, again, we're talking about traffic improvements in addition. I thought that that's especially important for the city.
Sure.
Overview of the facility, frontage images. This is an important slide because the current facilities don't have area for the split contract, so we are dividing the contract up between two contractors. We have a collection contractor and a facility operations contractor. Right now it's under one contractor, so we need to provide services for that new contractor. We talked about LEED certification. I think the cost maybe we should spend some time on and concentrate on. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, these are the project phases. Phase 1, we will be getting started on. That'll be funded out of the SBWMA reserves. 2/3 of the member agencies need to approve the bond in order to continue with the construction of Phase 2 and Phase 3. Phase 3 is the one that I wanted to highlight here. 33% of the total cost of the project, $17 million. This is a single stream equipment, so we're essentially building a factory. And then the building is simply a house for the factory. So that's $34 million, 22 of which is the MRF improvements and roughly 10 in the transfer station. So this is a total project cost. What does that mean to the city of San Carlos? As Brian mentioned, 7% of the total SBWMA waste stream, your current bond balance, the increase amount as it relates to the master plan construction costs for new 2011 bond indebtedness of $5 million. Again, this is a pro rata share based on the total volume of waste through the facility. This is not a general fund obligation. This is a cost that will be paid by the ratepayers through the rate service for residential and commercial service. What does this represent as an increase over existing rates? Roughly a 5% increase for the facility improvements over existing rates. What is the cost for operating the facility? Well, we expect negative or zero cost increase, largely as a result of these improvements. So the facility will operate more efficiently. The equipment reduces manual labor and increases the efficiency, which hopefully will bring down the cost. And we've received proposals that indicate that right now. The collection service, which was voted on prior, for a total of 15% rate impact. So this is a rate increase as a result of the new services and the new bond amount. Again, San Carlos specific rates, and here we're talking about what is the monthly rate increase to the resident. 78 cents per month for the cost of the facility master plan improvements. The collection translates to $1.58 or 59. This is the total for the new services, 15% increase. This is the new rate under the new services. This is the existing rate. Any questions before I move off this slide?
No, we already saw this one in the last one. So
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Kim, please, to talk about the financing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kim Nakahara. I'm with the Public Finance Group. Sorry, I'm just a little too short. I'm with the Public Finance Group at Bank of America Securities, and we're the underwriter that's been selected for this transaction. And I'm going to endeavor to be succinct as I walk you through the plan of finance. The most primary goal is to sell tax-exempt bonds to fund the construction of the Shoreway facilities and for the acquisition of new equipment. Equally as important is the redemption of the Series 2000 bonds. And I just want to take a minute to walk through this because it's a little bit confusing because it has to do with tax law. The Series 2000 bonds are the authority's existing debt, and they were structured as essential purpose governmental bonds. In order to comply with applicable tax law, the operating contract, which runs through 2010, was limited to a fixed price formula and could not be based on net operating profit. But as commodity prices rose over the decade, this had the effect of limiting the operator upside profit on recycling revenues and was seen by current management and the SBWMA board as an impediment to maximizing operator recycling efforts and was expected to shift an unacceptable level of commodity price risk to the authority if the new operating agreement had a similar restriction. Because commodity prices are so high now with a fixed price contract, the authority expected the operator to set the new contract's fixed price high enough to capture a significant share of the recycling revenue. The effect of this would make SBWMA bear the risk of declining commodity prices. So the solution to mitigate these risks was to change the contract to a net operating profit formula. But as I noted at the outset, that use of a net operating profit formula doesn't comply with tax law. And so the authority is left with two choices for the Series 2000 bonds: to refund them with taxable bonds, which is obviously more expensive than tax exempt, or to defease it with cash reserves. So the combination of the shoreway improvements and the refunding of the 2000 bonds brings us to the final goal for the plan of finance, which is to achieve the most cost-effective plan. I just want to highlight two pieces for you, which is we've done an analysis for the SBWMA looking at the cost of taxable bonds versus the cost of cash defeasing the Series 2000 bonds. And we've determined that reappropriating a portion of the SBWMA's cash reserves previously appropriated for construction to redeem the Series 2000 bonds would be more cost-effective than issuing new taxable debt. The second piece I wanted to highlight for you is, do you have a question?
No, I think you're going to lose us here. I'm sorry. I have an MBA in finance and I'm lost, okay? So I apologize. It's just too late to get into this.
Okay.
The main thing is you studied it, you're going to do the best thing you can for us, and it's going to cost us the least amount of money, right? Thank you very much. Okay. Apologize for being brusque, but it's 11:30. We're going to come up. I have a question, though, are you finished? I'm sorry, Mr. Gansler. Are you finished with your report?
What I'd like to do is just go through some of the steps for the bonding. So we're talking about a bond structure that, of course, tonight we're also talking about the project costs, and within the costs are the Phase 1 construction, as I said, which is financed by the SBWMA reserves, a value engineering phase where the construction design, which is underway right now, will be evaluated, and this is a not to exceed amount. What we're hoping to do is deliver the project under this number, and the value engineering portion and discussions about the scope and features of the facility are a part of this consideration for the dollar amount for the project. And as I said, the project's under design. We'll get the estimates, engineers' estimates, once we have 100% drawings. We're close to it. And then we can begin a careful analysis of the scope of the project to make sure that it's delivered under the cost that's proposed for the bond.
Okay. Questions? Well, we have time for questions.
I'd move to extend because there's a couple $1 million. We need to get the questions
But
out.
I didn't think we needed to hear.
Agreed.
Okay, the other
Agreed.
part of it. All right.
So, through the chair to staff, if the recommendation is to redeem the bonds, what is the cost obligation? Where is that money coming from? What's the impact for this year?
Go ahead.
The SBWMA is going to redeem the 2000 bonds using cash reserves that they have on hand. So
Fiscal impact to San Carlos is zero. Okay, I'd like to hear that. Hold on a moment. And this may go to you and Mr. Maltby. With the issuance of the new bonds, what are the additional obligations that San Carlos takes on? How does this affect the reserves we may have to handle? I mean, what's going to happen to our fiscal picture with these new bonds and our share of them? Well, is it just rates? I mean, do I need to keep some additional reserves? What's going on here?
As was mentioned earlier, there's no tie to the city's general fund based on these bonds. So they're specifically tied to the SBWMA garbage rates. So you wouldn't have any, we wouldn't recognize any obligation within our financials as related to the city's general fund because of these bonds.
Again, so we're just a member of a JPA. The indebtedness is entirely within the JPA. It sits with the ratepayers, but the city of San Carlos and the decisions we make on this dais will not fiscally obligate the city.
Yeah, they're basically garbage revenue bonds.
Okay.
And I think on one of the earlier slides, what it showed you is you're pledging the rates, and the San Carlos share will be, over the life of the bonds, $3.8 million.
Okay, but just to verify, we're going to make a vote here for $7 million of indebtedness, but it is not residing in the city. It is not in our general fund.
Correct.
There's not going to be an effect on our reserves, and it's the JPA's issue.
They are
And our ratepayers.
ratepayers issue.
No
Yes.
ratepayers. But also, just to be clear, I'm listening to what you said, Mr. Mora, the building is condemned. We want these new services. It's in San Carlos city limits. There are real impacts for not doing this.
Yep.
We got to do it.
I think to put it politely, we get more out of this than anybody else, and we definitely want to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good question. Mr. Grocott, question? It's fast. That clock is
Until
fast.
next time. Are we continuing this item? Or we-
No, I'm not planning on continuing it. Well, I mean, I'll entertain a motion to go past 11:30.
Move to extend by 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question about the leads. I'd like to know how much more that adds to the cost, and on the flip side, is there any savings in operational because of leads? I'd also like to know a little bit about, if we're going to do this, we're going to build this facility, and I'm a little opposed to having what I call the Taj Mahal of garbage collection. I don't see the need, quite frankly. Ratepayers have to pay for this. It should be a new facility if it was, if it's got seismic problems and so forth that needs to be addressed. But I don't see it, and the traffic thing needs to be addressed, I suppose. But, there's comments in here about it being, I don't know, some kind of exemplary facility for all the world to look at. Quite frankly, I don't care about that. What I do care about, though, is if we're going to do it, that we build something that's going to meet our needs today and also meet our needs down the road. I mean, such a facility, I would guess, you tell me, what's the life expectancy of this building, and have we looked at, as Randy said earlier, well, I hope in the future that all of our garbage is recycling and none of it is really landfill. Talk about that.
Yeah, just, I guess, the question of lead, I don't have a concise answer for you. It's been, we're in the design phases right now, and we haven't analyzed each component for lead. Probably the lead components will be the first thing that get eliminated in value engineering if it looks like the project isn't on budget.
Because as you said, we've got a not to exceed figure, and you're going to try and come out of that. Okay.
In terms of the cost efficiency of the lead components, there really aren't a whole lot of lead opportunities in this building because it's really just a metal shell. It's not an office building. It doesn't have an HVAC system. There's not extensive lighting. There's no subfloor heating, cooling. So we're really stretching actually to even qualify for lead. Where we do save is on energy efficiency. Translucent panels on the roof so we don't have to turn on the lights during the day, using energy-efficient motors. We're preparing the structure for carrying solar panels, so if we want at a later date to go out for outside, to have another party basically rent the roof to install their solar panels, that option would be available to us because the building will have enough structural capacity to carry those. So I don't have an exact answer for you on lead. I can tell you that in the design process, there's probably $150,000 spent really on lead, and that's just a guess. But it's all embedded throughout the whole design process. In terms of, I guess the question was, is it a Taj Mahal for garbage? There's a couple of ways to answer that. One is, again, it's a metal building. There's not a lot of frills that you can add. It's concrete foundation and steel frame. Is it going to be an attractive building? We've been through the planning department here in San Carlos. We presented the plans. San Carlos is very interested and told us so, that they're interested in a building that fits into the surrounding office complex style. We originally approached the Planning Commission with a mission style, and that was revised to make it more in closer relationship to the office buildings that surround it. There is, I think, a decision to tear down the existing building, and that does add a lot of cost, $22 million to build the new MRF building. And that cost, yes, we've depreciated that cost over 20 years. I expect the life of that building to be 40 years. I don't see why not. The Hospital Linens building, which is not nearly as good a building as would be building, was built in 68.
Excuse me, how long again did you say?
40 years? 40. So the Hospital Linens building has already been 40 years. The question is it a good financial decision to spend $17 million on equipment, install that equipment in an old building, that if there was an earthquake and the building collapsed, damaged the equipment, we'd be in a position where we'd have to remove that, the facility would be condemned, we'd have to remove the equipment, shut down the programs, the collection programs, for probably 2 years, remove the equipment, tear down the building, build a new building, try to reinstall the equipment that we originally had, and may be damaged, may not be, and I'm sure that we'd have to augment the equipment for the new facility. Meanwhile, that process would probably take 2 years and be a very expensive proposition to transfer the recyclables that are able to be processed in San Carlos now to some other processing location at a very sort of a fire sale situation.
Let me just amplify, too, Hillary, on Councilmember Grocot's other point about wanting to see us to get to a higher level of recycling. I think, one of the biggest requests that I've heard in the last year since I took over the garbage and green programs from our planning folks is people who have moved to San Carlos from other communities, from the East Bay, from San Francisco, the rest of the Bay Area, where they've had single stream for years, and they've questioned, what's wrong with you guys, in San Carlos, and how come we haven't had this years and years ago? But the big advantage to single stream is that alone could increase our recycling rate by 10 to 15%. It makes it so easy for residents and businesses to do recycling that it does, in fact, I think, get you closer to what you were talking about how do we get our residents to recycle a lot more. Getting to single stream, which means putting in this $17 million worth of equipment, is going to get us there.
One other question I have, which is based on reading about the Public Works Director in Burlingame. We went from, I think, 22 to 42, and now we're at 58, nearly 60 million. And my understanding is, as you said, the equipment just inside the building is 17 million. So how did we go from 20 to 40 to 60?
That's been over a period of years, 2 years, I think, and the first estimate was a conceptual estimate, and that was without any seismic or geotech considerations. So the building foundation and the piles that are required under that building have added a lot of cost. That was unforeseen. The project scope has expanded, so we have traffic improvements and the transfer station included in those revisions to the project. And, frankly, we're all surprised at the expense of doing business on the peninsula. And I think, in those original estimates that we got from the J.R. Miller, who was a design firm, they prepared those estimates because the project hadn't been designed yet. We're really talking on a conceptual level and on a square footage basis. They based their estimates on the cost of similar facilities that they had built in the last 4 years, one in Los Angeles, Puente Hills, big facility, and also in Phoenix, Arizona, both of which we visited. Very nice facilities, but different costs of construction, different time frame as well. This building won't be built until 2010, 2009, 2010 time frame. Those buildings were constructed 3 years ago or so, and so the time value of money is a big impact. And I think something that we're all familiar with right now is the cost of commodities. Steel. This building is steel and concrete. That's pretty much all it is in terms of materials. And the cost of steel in the last year and a half has increased 40%. Hopefully now the cost will come down, and we may see some reduction in costs. But steel and concrete, those material costs have gone up.
Wait till China's done with their dam.
Okay. Mr. Royce, any questions?
You kind of answered it in the last sentence already.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'll pass.
We have a couple of people that wanted to speak on this item. Is Mr. Dulasad still here?
I think he's
I
left.
think he's gone. And Mr. Gamblin wanted to speak on this item.
I get the feeling at this late hour I'll be pretty popular for making a few comments, so my apologies. Donald Gamblin with Allied Waste. Previously introduced myself. March 15, 2007, JRMA report, just food for thought for you. The current building was examined by JRMA structural engineers and appears to be in relatively good condition. So some would have you believe that the building's falling down and we need to rebuild it in order to accommodate single-stream recycling, when in fact everything throughout the SBWMA staff reports suggests otherwise, that it's the desire of the SBWMA to have a separate commercial line that drives the need for a new building. Now, again, the SBWMA would have you accept that in order to accomplish the goal of single-stream recycling, you have to have a new materials recovery facility. This is a facility whose price has escalated, as was pointed out, immensely in the past few months. As a representative of a company with decades of experience in this industry, the second largest company in the country, one which I might add has 53 recycling facilities and is adding another 5 in the short term. With years of service to this community and many years of personal experience, I strongly disagree with this need to put up a new building. Indeed, we believe that the recommendations the SBWMA is asking you to approve are an excessive and completely unnecessary expense. The projected cost of the Shoreway facility has risen 4 times in 6 months, not years, in 6 months. In March, the estimated cost was $25.9, April, $41.5, June, $53.9, and most recently to $59.3. With the bond included, it's now $65 million. These substantial increases in projected costs led a subcommittee of the County Board of Supervisors to raise serious doubts about the cost and appropriateness. And as you heard earlier, there are some meetings coming up associated with this. What happens when other communities don't participate in this endeavor? Burlingame has already suggested it, and in fact, a representative from Burlingame at the last SBWMA board meeting made it clear that Burlingame is looking for an exit plan. What that does is that places the same cost of construction, that's $65 million, it spreads it over fewer people, and it actually raises costs. All of this, of course, assumes that you've got a functioning credit market right now, and we know that not to be the case. Remember, this is a facility that's only 40% designed, and tonight I was at Hillsborough, and I may have somebody disagree with me, but I was at Hillsborough City Council meeting tonight where they said they directed the SBWMA to come back in January when they could actually tell the city what they were going to get for $65 million. SBWMA has recently said that they might have to scale back on what they're going to provide for $65 million, which again raises the issue of what exactly do you get? We fail to understand why the SBWMA continues to press its members to make such an enormous commitment at such uncertain times, especially when Allied has shown them that a single-stream recycling for residents and businesses for all of the projected volumes can be implemented in the current facility for $11 million or less. I've been told by some of my folks internally that that's even too high.
Could you wrap it up?
I will do that.
Thank you.
Our approach would process the same volume of single stream and could be accomplished with the existing cash reserve. Use your cash reserve, $11 million, you got 18 in the bank. Here's the bottom line. If you take an $11 million facility and the operating cost of that, you'll be processing all of the single stream recycling at about $64.60 per ton. That includes cost of capital at a break-even rate. If you implement the $65 million plan and the cost of processing that, you're at $88 a ton. Over 10 years, that's close to $20 million. So I'm going to add 25 from the NorCal contract and 20 here, and we got $45 million that probably doesn't need to be spent. Again, I appreciate your time on this, and I'll answer any questions you might have about Allied's alternative plan as well. Thank you.
Mr. Scanlon. Okay, gentlemen, what would you like to do here? Besides go home. Do you have a motion or not?
I'll move the resolution. Mr. Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2008-
66.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving, authorizing, and directing the issuance of revenue obligations by the South Bayside Waste Management Authority and directing certain related actions in connection with a solid waste facility project financing.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay. Item 11, we will not be adjourning to closed session as we will not be discussing the item listed there this evening. This meeting is adjourned.